But speaking of stats, I am not alone. I am joined by the one, the only, the casting jersey herself, where now she's more than just a jersey. Hello, Kuro. Hello, Papa.
Hello. Why am I more than a jersey now?
Because you have a Santa's outfit.
Oh.
Hello. Beautiful. I legit thought we were in a loading screen. No. We're in game, Papi. We're in game. Yeah. It's our characters. Pyroid, have you watched a Final Fantasy stream yet? Have you watched? Are you familiar? Have you played the finals of the fantasies? Because we've been trying to play this game for like 3 years. Yeah. When did we start, Kuro? When did we start?
In December. Sorry, it was like November, the last day of November. So basically December 2020.
Yeah, December 2020. So 2020, 2021, 2022. Yeah. It's been a while. It's been 2 years and we are still in the first expansion. We're still in Heaven's Ward, but we're almost done, Kuro. We're almost done. Right?
Fix them.
Okay. Beautiful. We're almost done. Done. The last Final Fantasy stream that we did was a couple of days ago because in-game it is, of course, the Christmas event. So we did the Christmas event for the year, which was a lot of fun. We got some reindeer mounts and it was snowing everywhere. And it's still snowing, but it's always snowing here.
I mean, it's still snowing everywhere because it even lasts until like 1st January or something.
Yeah. So we still got time. Players still have time to do the Christmas event. But we are looking to progress the main story. There's a lot that's going on. There's the Warring Triad sort of stuff that we can do on the side that's kind of main story, but not really. It's like side story. It's not a side quest. It's like it feels pretty important.
Mm-hmm. It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. It feels like, things are going on and we should be involved in some way.
Yeah.
We also, what's happening? I think we're looking for Minfilia, right?
Yes.
We found out that we can somehow track her ether, or we're tracking someone. I don't know if we're looking for her or Papalimo, because we also saw Papalimo and the other one.
No, Papalimo and Ida, they're fine. They're just in Alamigo.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
But we are looking for Minfilia in the ether because we don't know where she went.
Yeah. So that's what I was gonna say, that we saw Papalimo and we saw Ida in their own cutscene. So basically, we just get confirmation that they're alive out there doing their own thing for whatever reason. And the reason why we're doing the quest line that we are is to find Minfilia. Do we have a real reason to find her? Not really. I feel like we've talked about this. Right now, I feel like there's no reason to look for her because we should be dealing with Nidhogg, but like that was kind of pushed to the side, and I guess we're gonna deal with that later.
Yeah, that's everybody's like, oh my god, she was my best friend. She was. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we have some certain things feel like should be prioritized than others, but our characters aren't. We're getting like distracted by all this other stuff. It's kind of weird. It's a bit odd.
Right, sit name down. Which one, Pyroid?
Yeah. There's a lot of names. There's a lot of people. I mean, we're pretty far into the story, so there's a lot to catch up on. You're jumping into like season 3 of a show, and you're like,
basically,
wait,
yes.
What's happening? Who's this? What?
Actually,
who died?
This is like season 4 almost, because
if
technically you can count like a post like expansion content as its own thing.
Yeah. But we're gonna be starting some things off with a bit of side content. There's some side quests here that we wanted to do. First, just to clean things up, and then we'll go and continue the main story.
What quest should I be playing?
It's up to you.
What level is this?
60. Yeah, I picked the red mage just because I was like blending in with the students in the chapel. They have very similar clothes to what I have.
Sure.
Yeah.
And they all carry big swords.
They do. Okay.
I guess I'm just gonna go with white mage for now, maybe? Question mark. I guess for the side quest I can go with white mage, but for main I will go back to bard.
Okay. Mattia explains to you that business has not been going so well after recent turmoil in the church. He mentions that his best customers, the students of the Scholasticate, are often being followed back to the cathedral by disagreeable folk, and less are inclined to walk around in the open, including to the crossier. In an effort to keep coin flowing, Mattia requests that you round near the road to the cathedral and put an end to any harassment you see. Oh, they're being harassed. Okay. Let's
Hold on. I have a new ability that I never put on my hotbar.
Okay.
Where are they?
Spineless.
We understand his grievances, but we are mere students of the Holy Word.
Sir, can we not discuss this like civilized men? Oh god. What is happening?
Oh, but.
Okay, let's speak to the pauper. Ugh, our lives are hard enough without some fresh-faced seminarian rubbing salt into our wounds. Will your precious words repay us for what we've lost? Will they bring back the dead? No, of course not. But as a pupil, he's just a student.
Yeah, and then like, wow, you are really studying this, aren't you? I'm like, okay.
No, of course not. But as a pupil of the Scholasticate, I cannot forsake the teachings. If you give the book back, I'm certain I can show you the proper passage to provide succor in your time of... How dare you? As if the lies in this book will keep us warm at night. Better to destroy it than be destroyed by it. Oh my god. They're burning... Unironically, they're burning books.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I mean, it's basically... It's... I feel like it's... I don't want to compare because it's not exactly like a Bible, but it's like a religious book. So it's like a whole different thing.
Yeah. So, for some context for this quest, and there's a reason why this is a level 60 quest, which is like at the end of the expansion. Basically, their religion was exposed to being corrupt. Basically, the Pope essentially for this whole religion and the society, apparently was lying to the people about a bunch of stuff. You know, they had their own kind of internal. I guess they were kind of had their own internal agenda as to what they were doing, and they planned to kill the leader of the town as well, the commander, if you remember.
Yeah, I mean, I guess essentially the thing is that according to their religion, anyone who sides with dragons is a heretic. But in the end, we learned that actually everybody used to be related to dragons, but like there was a faction that just like wanted to split off and attack the dragons, and they caused a huge war, and they created this religion essentially.
Yeah. Basically, the religion fueled a war, and we found out that the war that was happening was basically based off of a lie, which means that there didn't have to be any bloodshed. There didn't have to be all these people dying and everything that was happening. So now we're kind of post that. Now that we found out about this, we ended up killing the Pope, by the way.
We did end up
killed the Pope. Yeah. And now we're in a situation where the religious structure is still here. Like, people are still like studying it and all this stuff, but also because all this happened, like now the people are kind of turning against it as well, and they're blaming it as well, and you know, things have to be restructured in a way. I don't know how, because especially here in Ishgard, it feels like the religious aspect is pretty deeply ingrained into their society.
Like the whole problem of Ishgard was that it was essentially a religious state.
Yes. Yeah, that's the problem. It's not like just a religion that there was just religion here and that's it. No, like it was deeply ingrained into how the city was run,
Yeah,
how
like
decisions were made, and the government and all that stuff.
like the guy who was the leader of the city was also the leader of the church. Like that's literally how it was related.
Yeah. So now we're getting into a portion of the story where I guess we're attempting to address what the hell's gonna happen to the city. What's gonna happen to everyone?
But to be fair, what can they do?
Well, I mean, I'm sure something that they're going to get into here is that even if like the leaders of the church were corrupt, and even though everything was based off of a lie, like some of the teachings are still like a good thing, and like you can still like it can still be used in a different way. I don't know how they're going to restructure and what they're going to do. I doubt they're going to dissolve the religion entirely.
I don't think they can, but at the same time, the question is how much of it they can like salvage, because the entire religion was built on like hunting heretics.
Yeah.
Like literally, we had obviously this was a comedy quest line, but we had like, oh yeah, they have like a quota for heretics they have to find.
Sir, I absolutely cannot allow you to take that particular tome. Come back.
Is he really going to? Oh no. You're an adventurer, aren't you? Please, will you help my friend get his stone back? We were on our way back to the Scholasticate when that man accosted us. It has become an unfortunate occurrence these days, but this is the first time someone went so far as to make off with one of our books. Teomosen may mean well, but I fear he will get caught up in a lot more trouble if they outnumber him. I'll go and get help.
Let's go.
She was talking.
Look, she's busy. She's gonna go and get help.
Uh-huh.
Red mage sounds like a blood mage. Not quite. Unfortunately. I don't think they've established anything like that yet.
What is a blood mage?
That's someone who uses blood magic. Like, yeah, someone who relies on like, human sacrifice and stuff. And, I don't know. Yeah.
So not exactly a necromancer, but
No.
But related to death.
Sure. Like a necromancer would like rely on bringing things back to life. That's like servants.
Wait, why did we go up?
Because I was looking for where you need to go. I found them. Ben. You can speak to Ben. I'm warning you. You'd best not meddle with what you don't know.
Okay.
Got your back, Theo. Well, what do we have here? Any ideas on what to do with these two men? Ben, is that you? Oh, my goodness, what are the chances of meeting at a time like this? Please, I would appreciate if you would ask your friend to produce the tome he has taken from me. Well. The Omniscient. It's been a while.
It's gonna burn it. Yep.
Yeah. Careful now. I was in the mood for some light reading. But if you and your friends so much as take a step, your precious tome goes up in smoke. The Parables of Saint Danithan. I know this title. It's the one we were read as children. I recall Father Chosua gave you his own copy before you left the broom for your higher learning. Then you know how much it means to me. I made a promise to him to keep its lessons dear to my heart, and I have kept it with me ever since. All the more reason to burn it, to scatter the ashes, and your dreams along with them. He taught us three the same. Why was I left to rot in this wretched place? Why not you, or Lei? What made you two so bloody special? Put the book down, Ben, or I'll see you burned as well.
Oh my god, that face.
Of all people, you'd best watch yourselves. The world is changing, and we won't listen to your lies anymore. I'll make sure of that. Oh my god. Oh my god. He just fucking... he just threw it in.
We have magics. We can just put it out.
It takes 2 seconds to cast, Kuro. We can't wait that long.
There is snow around. Just throw it in the snow. Jesus Christ, those people.
Sacrilegious bastard. It's been badly charred. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you won't get much of it now. Much out of it now. Worry not, Lei. I've already committed the entire text to heart. I'm just happy it's been returned to me. Typical. Shouldn't let him off the hook so easily, you know. Were it not that I pity him, I'd hand him over to the Inquisitors without a second thought. You came to help me, yes? Were it not for you, I'm certain they would have turned their hatred towards me soon after. I wish I could pay you for your services, but I'm afraid I live on but a meager stipend. Hardly enough for candles and ink. But if you would be so kind as to tell me your name.
Well.
I am Mr. Duck.
Quack.
Master Duck, I'm sincerely grateful to you for your protection. I may not have much in the way of coin, but if you're ever in need of spiritual enlightenment, then you need not look any further. No further than the cathedral. Halone's blessings be upon you.
Called me Madame Duck. That sounds interesting.
What does one do with a smoldering tome of parables? Will they struggle to abide the lessons of its now blackened words, or rise from its ashes? This answer I eagerly await.
Hold on. This was a Manderville quest?
Don't think so.
Then why was the faceless guy there?
I assume that model was just used to show that we don't know what they look like.
No, they wouldn't show the face then. Because they specifically showed the face, this is the faceless guy. Unless there's more than one.
I mean, we were told, if you remember, we were told that that the rival inspector had his own quest line. So maybe it's this, I don't know.
Maybe.
Zealots. You've returned, and not a moment too soon. The students seem less anxious, and business has nearly returned to normal. I presume you found who has been harassing them.
Oh dear, not again. Where are the patrols when they are needed?
They've been spread thin from what I hear. Fortunately, this gentleman was willing to lend a hand.
I thank you for looking out for the well-being of our pupils. I am Sister Gatel of Saint Endalim's Scholastique. And might I ask your... Oh dear. I know your face. You are Madame Duck, the one who had a hand in revealing the true history of the Holy See.
What? By the... You mean to tell me I've been tasking the Master Duck as my errand boy? And you accepted it with such grace? Helene herself could not have arranged such a curious encounter.
On the contrary, I believe our meeting is the product of intervention most divine. Madame Duck, if you would be so inclined, I would like to take you to meet the headmistress of our humble scholasticate. By your deeds was light shed on certain inconsistencies in Ishgard's history, and, to a lesser extent, the Church's teachings. Needless to say, the resulting controversy has strained the relationship between the people and the clergy. The foundation of our great city-state rests upon the wisdom of the Enchiridion. Alas, the lowborn in particular have suffered greatly as a result of erroneous interpretations. Some have even begun to wonder if all our precepts have been thus distorted. We of the Scholasticate are wont to reflect upon these revelations deeper than most. Although we live as scholars, we had grown complacent, accepting a single interpretation set forth by the Archbishop and his predecessors. Although we are openly re-evaluating our teachings, our students continue to be targeted by those who feel they have been deceived. As you yourself have no doubt seen, there are those who would rather purge the city of all clergy, regardless of their guilt. But with you on our side, surely those miscreants would think twice before harming our students. Pray come and visit our halls. I am certain the students would be put at ease to see you again as well.
I love that that they're addressing this with a quest line. Obviously, this is a quest line that was introduced post the expansion. But yeah, it's nice. It's nice. I don't like that it's a little bit hidden. Like even the quest line that we're doing with the Warring Triad and all that stuff is a blue quest line. I would appreciate it if this was a blue quest line as well. You know, because it's like it's not just a side quest. There's some nice, you know, like cutscenes being involved, and I feel like this is a pretty important continuation to like the repercussions of what happened.
To be fair, I feel like this is like kind of like a lore quest line where like it's not necessarily like very important for the main story, but like it's good to know if you're interested in the lore.
Make it important.
Okay.
Yeah, it's nice. I like it. All right, Matthew. Oh, my face must be red as a beet at this moment. Well, let me know if you ever feel a burning need to help out again. When you have the time, of course. He's a fan. Oh,
look who it is!
I told you. Alright. Looks at you with bright eyes. Kateye.
I must take my leave and return to the cathedral. Mathieu, it has been a pleasure. Madame Duck, I sincerely hope you shall consider my offer to meet with the headmistress. Helene's blessing be upon you both.
But yeah, that's what I mean, like, because I'm pretty sure the Hildebrand quest line is blue, right? Am I crazy?
I don't know, actually. I think it is because you typically get stuff at the end, and that's when we...
Yeah. It's blue.
I don't remember, actually. Wait. But yeah, that's weird that this one is not related.
No, the fact that it's not related is fine.
No, it's like,
I feel like
it doesn't have like its own thingy.
Yeah, it needs a more distinguishable icon.
Yes.
Well, because it was a regular quest showing, I didn't expect this to kind of lead into anything, but this is going to be longer than we expected.
Yep.
This is going to be a proper quest line.
It's gonna be like a Hildebrand long quest line?
I expect at least like 5 quests.
Yeah, so we're supposed to be doing MSQ, but I don't know.
We'll see. Scholasticate Lector.
Madame Duck, yes? Sister Getter was hopeful you would come and visit. She awaits you inside. And we spoke with these people before. Do you think they have something else to say?
No. Keep going.
No, they do.
I'm ready.
Hold on. What did they say?
I'm ready.
Madame Duck, welcome to the Scholasticate. I appreciate you coming all this way, but I am afraid the headmistress is not here at the moment. She has taken leave to rest. Forgive me, but I must ask you to meet with her another day.
It truly is a pity, as I too was looking forward to her audience with you. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Father Bravagnon. I have heard much about you from Sister Gaeteria. In the headmistress's absence, I have been charged with tending to a myriad of administrative matters. While that would ordinarily constitute as simply waxing the seal to a pile of parchments, I've been forced to take a more hands-on approach.
The deputy headmaster and I were just discussing a rather troubling event which occurred soon after our students' encounter in the broom, and we fear it may be connected. Madame Duck, you are familiar with the statue of Saint Valerian, the one in the center of the forum? House de Maes stonemasons have been working on chiseling a new head, and one of our students has been tasked with overseeing their work. Unfortunately, this student has since reported that the piece has vanished from the artisan's workshop. Given that it has little monetary value, Father Bravagnon and I cannot help but wonder if...
He's back!
He's back, he's fancy!
If the culprit bears a grudge towards this student, Bardian, Consulting Inspector, is at your service. Nani?
Nothing.
Light! What brings you here of all places? Don't tell me. You were the hero that the students have been murmuring about. I cannot say I'm surprised.
Oh my god.
You are acquainted with my nephew, Master Duck? Oh?
Oh.
Yes, mine uncle. You could say our paths have crossed more than once.
I'm not even looking at him.
An idea occurs to me. Light is an adventurer of exceptional skill in combat and deduction both. Pray allow me to appoint him as my assistant. No, associate in my work here in the Scholasticate. A prolonged association is like to raise more than a few eyebrows, if not invite criticism.
While I understand your concern, I am willing to trust Briarden's judgment. Madame Duck has shown nothing but compassion towards our students.
At least permit me his company in ascertaining the piece's whereabouts. You may judge the value of our association afterwards. Very well. But no one is to speak of this to the headmistress. I will allow Master Duck to accompany you, but only for the duration of the investigation. And for the love of the Fury, be discreet.
It's okay, we don't have Hildebrand with us.
Excellent. Come, Light. Our first course of action will be to question the student responsible for overseeing the statue's restoration. Beautiful. Oh, it's lunchtime.
Of course, it's in the family.
This is great. This is great. So yeah, the faceless man. I mean, if you remember, the whole thing was he was specifically targeting this inspector. So we're getting the continuation here. Will Hildebrand make a cameo?
He's
maybe.
in the air.
He's what?
He's in the air.
He is in the air. I mean, he could land here.
I guess he could. I mean, the thing is, I don't know at which point this questline starts. If it starts like, I think it might have started like mid Hildebrand, so Hildebrand may still be here.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary for him to be a part of this. I like the idea of him having his own quest.
I mean, the thing is, okay, see, the big thing is that Hildebrand not being here gives us a chance to actually find out how competent Bjarden is.
I mean, he came off as being competent in the Hildebrand
He came off as being
line.
competent, but then he also thought that it was that like the bombs were fucking, they were just like waiting for his life and trying to kill him when it was random notes from Hildy.
Yeah, but that makes sense though, because he's assuming that Hildy is competent. Like,
that's the problem.
Like
if somebody assumes that Hildebrand is competent, that's questionable.
All right, we can speak to Janchet.
Your friendship with Bjarden may be a blessing in disguise. I hope you will find the missing piece soon.
Who are you speaking to?
Gatel.
Yeah.
What does Brovanon say?
Alright, hold on. Let's speak to Gatel.
I already read it.
Read it again.
Your friendship with Bjarden may be a blessing in disguise. I hope you will find the missing piece soon.
I pray the Fury will give you speed to solve this conundrum before the headmistress returns. Janchet, the person sitting down.
To think there are those who would try to sully the reputation of the church. Meanwhile, I can do naught but spend countless hours poring over those books. I still have much to learn of the doctrine, this is true, but the clergy will not be subject to suspicion or ridicule after I take the cloth.
Briadian. Soot and white pumice dust. We have our boy. Theo. Master Duck. A pleasant surprise to see you once more. Praise be to Helene. So you are asking after the statue piece. I made sure to lock the workshop door, so I don't understand how it could have been taken. But worry not. I take full responsibility and will personally see it returned.
Oh.
That won't be necessary. Inspector Browdian, at your service. I am told you were recently harassed by several ruffians in the Broom, and I suspect they may be responsible for this theft. What can you tell me about these men? Nothing, Inspector. I'd never seen them before in my life. And besides, why would they want to steal the statue piece? It makes no sense. In any event, as I said, the responsibility is mine and mine alone. Now, if you would excuse me. Admirable sense of responsibility notwithstanding, he's clearly hiding something. Light. I think we may find our answers in Foundation. While I make inquiries in the Broom, I ask that you keep an eye on the Forum. Many miscreants are wont to delight in their misdeeds, and this one may be drawn to the statue.
Hold on. Hold up a second. Why are we not telling Briarden what we know?
That's fine.
No, it's not fine. It's important to the case.
No, yeah, let him figure it out.
I thought we were here to help, not to like see them play.
Kind of. I would say that maybe we would keep it to ourselves as like a show of respect to Theo, because I'm pretty sure, obviously, what this is all going to is that Theo's childhood friends. He has like loyalty to them because they're his old friends from his childhood. So he's going to go confront them on his own to make sure that he can get the piece back without them getting in trouble. Because if they get caught by the inspector, it is very likely that they'll be like executed. You know. So us knowing that as well, like I'm pretty sure we're holding that information on purpose,
yeah,
just to give a chance to Theo so he can
sure,
he can try and sort things out without like getting the authorities involved, basically.
Sure. I just after what we've seen, I don't trust that Theo is capable of it.
Yeah, obviously that's why we're going to like intervene. But yeah, that's kind of what's happening. Also, I was gonna say that it's something that we haven't seen before, but I really did appreciate as well. Like it's showing that they're improving their like not necessarily cutscene, but like in-game asset manipulation. When they showed the guy like grabbing the book and like putting it out and stuff like that, I was like, oh, that's nice. Like we haven't seen that before.
Yeah.
They're doing more with the in-game cutscenes, which is nice.
Yeah.
Like more than just facial animations.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go.
But also, I like how the anchor was like, yeah, but be discreet. It's like he's suggesting that wasn't the case before. How many failed cases do you think Briarden has?
I don't think that's what it was. I think more he was asking to be discreet just because.
Okay.
It sounds like he doesn't want the headmistress to get involved, or to find out about any of this. Like it's less so about keeping these quiet. It's more so about keeping it a secret to her. Have you met the headmistress?
No.
Okay.
At least I don't think so.
Okay, they're right here. They're right here. Speak to Ben. You again? I told you not to meddle in my affairs. Away with you. Speak to Dean. Master Duck, how did you... I suppose I should be honest with you. I'm certain that stolen piece is in the crate. I know you're helping the inspector, but I beg you, please let me try to reason with Ben first. Ben, please, return the statue piece and all shall be forgiven. You do understand the consequences of what you're doing. Defiling a saint's monument is a serious crime. When Father Chosua reads us stories at the orphanage, you love the ones about Saint Valeriant. Do you not wish to see the statue restored? Saint Valeriant, an Azure Dragoon who drew the Great Worm away from Ishgard. For all we know, that too was a lie. The Holy See and the Bloody Highborn deceived us, Theo. They built their fortunes on our backs. But you would willingly believe those lies if it meant a chance at a better life for yourself. I knew you were the one behind this. You've been following Theo and me ever since we met in the Broom.
Everybody knows this is happening.
Be careful, Light. He's not going to give it up without a fight. Oh my god. What? I escalated things very quickly by whipping out my sword. It was very unnecessary.
Yes, let's show them the power.
But wait, all of you. I still believe Ben will do what's right.
To be fair, I don't know why we are supposed to attack him, because I mean he has a point.
There is no reason to attack him. That's what I mean. Like we escalated things very quickly by whipping out a gun. There you go again, turning up your nose and spewing shite as if you're one of them. Don't you see? I am doing what's right. I'm ridding us of these false heroes. Bah, keep your bloody head and your library and lessons filled with lies. Believe them if you want. You're just as bad as the rest. He's right to be angry. I dreamt of teaching our people to walk in Halone's grace. But when the scripture itself has been called into question, how am I to find my own way? Whatever should I do? Forge your own path.
Sure.
Do what's good. My own path? You mean interpret the scripture on my own? A different approach to the faith, to be sure. But mayhap you have the right of it. Start your own religion.
Oh no, there's gonna be like 10 different religions in Ishgard.
It's gonna be like Christianity, where there's like 10 different sects of Christianity.
Yeah, it's like all Christian, but it's actually like each of them like has their own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We go to church on a Saturday instead. Okay.
That's a different religion.
It's all the same. Forgive me, Ben. But I've come too far to give up now. If Halone's teachings have been distorted by man's hand, then by man's hand must they be redeemed. That's all well and good, but we won't change Ishgard by standing around in the snow. At least Ben left us a statue piece. We best return it before the prized peacock starts squawking to the deputy headmaster.
What?
Will you come too, Light? I'm sure he will appreciate your help in retrieving it. Yes, he will appreciate the peacock.
Yes, the peacock especially. But my question is, how come that Lai is his name appears in the best timings always without being called?
Because he wants to help.
Yeah, but why? How does he know when to appear and where?
Because he's also looking for his friend. Because I'm pretty sure the three of them were childhood friends.
Yeah, but they weren't together before. Or was that the help that she came for?
Maybe.
If they are all friends, then why does he want to kill him immediately?
He wasn't going to kill him.
Oh yeah, he's
going to beat him up.
He's just gonna stab him. Okay, don't worry.
He's just going to beat him up.
You don't need weapons to beat someone up.
He doesn't have. He had his fists.
No, he had something.
No, he actually had his fists.
He had a book.
He was going to beat them with his book.
Yes.
It's a thick book. It's very thick. It's a lot of pages. True.
Look, it can be a weapon.
Okay, that's good. Oh, Ash is playing.
He is.
Alright, speak to Leia. Dia already explained everything. We recovered the statue piece, and that's what matters. Okay. Sweet to hear. Well, that is that. All is well that ends well. Yes? Sweet to Guardian. Ah. I see you found the boy and the missing statue piece. Care to share with us the details?
Yeah, about that.
It was on the ground.
They just dropped it in the middle of nowhere.
Master Duck, I see you've returned as well. Lei and Theomacent have just finished explaining to me what happened. I thank you for your help in resolving this matter swiftly. I'm like, yes, whatever they said happened.
Yeah, exactly how it happened, and I'm glad I could help.
I'm glad I could help with what happened when it did happen. But there appears to be something missing. Light, pray tell, what became of the suspect? Surely these two wish to seek justice for the theft. It was a bird.
Actually, we never found the suspect.
The statue head actually just rolled off the statue and just rolled down the street. It was gone.
Yeah, I just dropped it.
Okay. You can say that.
No, I think that's the faceless guy, right? Maybe.
No.
Fine.
We'll see.
Those two will tell you not, Inspector, for they are the culprits whom you seek. Nice.
Oh my god. Jesus.
That was some strong work.
That push did damage.
Oh no, it's anime villains. Look at them. They look like anime characters.
It's Draco Malfoy.
Yes, it is actually. No, it is actually. I think that might be the inspiration, no joke.
Yeah, I mean, we've made references to Harry Potter here before with the houses and stuff. Allow me to shed some light on this troubling situation. As a son of House Jamal, it pained me to learn that our artisan's precious work had been spirited away. So I saw fit to conduct mine own investigation. I followed Lei at a distance, only to find him and his friend consorting with the culprit. Camaraderie among orphans of the broom is to be expected, but to steal a saint's head so that they may retrieve it to prove their merit. $10 points will be taken from Gryffindor.
Oh no.
And such desperation that they would desiccate a tome in this manner. You would expect a seminarian to treat any holy text with the utmost care, even if they are but children's stories. Oh my god.
He keeps looking for a fight. This is...
He just wants to punch. He really just wants to punch someone. Okay?
He just wants to smash someone with a bat.
He hasn't been able to. He hasn't been able to punch anyone. It's just frustrating. Yes. Piss off, you priggish whoreson. Light was there. He'll tell you you're wrong. Yeah, tell him, Light. Enough. You will all conduct yourselves with decorum as befits seminarians. Lei, we will discuss penance for your foul language anon. Father Bravanon, if I may. The next time the Scholasticate apportions work with the sacred monuments, pray entrust the task to me. I am certain the artisans of my house would be at ease knowing their work was in cleaner, more dependable hands. And as for my ignoble peers, If the comprehension of advanced scripture is still beyond you such that you require a tattered tome of children's lessons, then allow me to procure for you a new copy with mine own coin. You need not thank me. House Shamal prides itself on its charity to the deprived.
Can we just
burn?
go after him?
My tome, if you would. Ugh.
Hey, he got it back.
See, that was a nice draw in a land. It was nice. Just how long are you planning to lie there? Is this the headmistress? There we go. It's Hermione. See.
You're completely hopeless. More Slytherin students. They even have the red markings to make sure that they are different.
Oh, she likes him. This is so anime.
This is so anime.
This is just very anime. Oh my god. Thank you, Blazy.
This is Harry Potter the anime. Oh no.
Oh no! What is... This is too much. Oh my god.
Oh my god, they both wear glasses. That's how they connected. Oh my god, look at Brandon's face.
They're related! No, she's related! That's what her hair and her glasses.
Yes.
That's like his younger sister.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought immediately. Like, she looks too much like him.
The drama.
This is some proper drama here.
What the fuck are we getting into?
I don't know, and I want out, honestly. They can deal with that themselves.
This is Harry Potter and Ron. Yes. Okay. This is what happens when you let them walk all over you. It'll be a miracle if we're not branded heretics by the end of this term. Lay, the Omniscient, consider this a warning. You were saved this time solely by Master Duck's integrity and the grace of the Fury. But I will not turn a blind eye if you continue to fraternize with questionable company. There you go. Lunchtime is over. The insurmountable wall between the highborn and the lowborn. I wonder, did our ancestors build it brick by brick? Or was it fate which drove us apart? And where shall we go from here?
Does he have to smile like that?
He's happy. So hello, Red Gunner guy. Hello. Oh boy. Alright, Bradian.
I feel like we need a private chat with Bradian about what just happened.
Excellent work, Light. I had my doubts that you would rise to the challenge. Bruv. Speak to Bruv. Oh, okay. Hold on. What do I slash? How do I type?
/CWLS question mark? You can just click on the icon.
I can't click on it. The slash doesn't work. Okay. Master Duck, I must apologize for the behavior of my students. They have been at each other's throats since the revelations came to light. As for your performance, you have surpassed my expectations, and I will allow you to assist Bradian in his work in the Scholasticate. Well done. I may be so bold, Uncle. I have but arrived. And this is the only case you have had me investigate thus far. I must say that I found it rather a waste of my talents. While theft is indeed a serious matter, I cannot help but wonder if this was merely some pretense. Surely you have a more pressing problem. Ah, an astute observation. I expected nothing less.
Oh my god, they're just like freaking each other out.
There is indeed another matter I should discuss with you and your newly appointed associate.
It is about the drama amongst the students.
Hold on, how do I type in that chat?
Click the icon.
I had to click on the name. Alright, Brad, I suspected there was more to this, judging by how quickly we completed the investigation. No offense to your powers of deduction, of course. Okay, Bruv is ready to say what is really on his mind. I think that's the headmistress, maybe?
Maybe.
I had better start from the beginning. It would not do to involve Master Duck with our affairs without first ensuring he possesses a proper understanding of our seminary functions and how we have been forced to change. You see, most men and women of the cloth go on to live fulfilling lives as pastors, academics, and poets. However, those who graduate from the Scholasticate with the highest marks are given an opportunity to serve in the vault, perhaps one day rise to prominence. The stakes are quite high for those who seek such prestige, for they know full well that their academic performance may determine their future. It is they who strive for the top 3 seats that are granted to the Scholasticate's official endorsement, the Trinity. And so, those who wish to guide Ishgard's faithful spend their days cumulating marks through academic pursuits, while at the same time honing their skills to persuade others to share their interpretations of the scripture. Up until now, it resulted in no more than the occasional lively debate, for the Holy See was ultimately responsible for dictating doctrine. Ranking was naturally determined by one's familiarity with said doctrine. However, in light of recent events, that is no longer an option. Simply put, we cannot currently assess their academic performance in the traditional manner, as a significant portion of the curriculum has been called into question. As a result, we have been forced to consider more subjective methods. What? Like, okay. And, in this time of uncertainty, students are warned to lash out at their peers, whom they fear will exploit this interim system to their advantage. Distressing, I suppose. But what does this have to do with us? Are we going to be judges? Oh.
Well, I know who I'm failing on this test.
I require your unparalleled skills of observation and deduction. The only way to put an end to this bickering between students is to ensure, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that our interim evaluations are conducted in a fair and equitable manner. I ask that you stand as an observer until a new curriculum is decided. Our evaluation system is vulnerable. What is it? How are you evaluating? In other words, you want us to catch the cheaters.
How does that... What?
Precisely. Now then, I've received word that the headmistress has returned to her office in the cathedral. I would ask that you introduce yourselves. But there is something you should keep in mind when speaking with Headmistress Elviane. She was appointed to her position by the former archbishop. Thus, her views on the curriculum are quite traditional. I would advise you to discuss matters regarding the Holy See with the utmost care.
Ah, so I'm just gonna say everything straight up. Sounds good.
Oh no. Hello, Sando. Hello. Hello, papi.
There's no one here. Everybody's gone.
Leaving.
Gone? Oh, sorry, there's one guy here. Wait, what?
They still
Hold
haven't
on.
explained what exactly like the evaluation process is and what they're being tested on.
That's the problem. By the way, there is someone in the corner. There's a kid crying in the corner.
It's lust.
But like, this is like a small kid. They look like 14 at best. Like everybody else is like older.
Waiting with at the headmistress. Right. Although Uncle said we should speak with care, we would be remiss in our duties if we refrained from asking difficult questions. I trust you agree. Okay. Speak to the deacon. We have been expecting you. The headmistress awaits you within.
No boy. I'm sure this will go swimmingly.
Was that the Trinity?
I guess.
Headmistress Elviane, may I have the pleasure to introduce to you the individuals who shall be in charge of keeping order at the Scholasticate. This is Consulting Inspector Browdian and his associate, White Duck. Quack.
Mielikka Duck? I must say, Father Bruvanion, your selections are rather appropriate. Ahem. We thank you both for your service in our time of need. I trust that Father Bruvanion has briefed you on our humble seminary. Saint Endalim's Scholasticate has produced Ishgard's finest clergy for centuries, including countless men and women who have served in the highest echelons of the Holy See.
All of him, was spared a brutal death on the battlefield, in service to a misguided war they perpetuated. Or so some might be given to say.
We are
I feel like
then a bit too hard.
Yeah, I feel like
slow.
this was an uncalled for comment that came out of nowhere. He's just like,
Okay.
bam.
Start
It's
slow.
like, mate,
You have to like
Can you-
ease them into these questions, okay?
hey, can you chill, please? What are you saying? Oh my god.
Indeed, some might. And they would not be entirely mistaken. For while we were wholly unaware of the deception perpetuated by the archbishops, we did unwittingly sustain it, to our sorrow. The idea that we willingly subjected them to false precepts is, of course, preposterous, a contrived fantasy. Nevertheless, some fervently believe it true, and these selfsame individuals have come to view our instructors and students as targets for their misguided anger. It is of paramount importance that we restore faith in the teachings. Yet how are we to regain the trust of the common man when our own seminarians are embroiled in childish quarrels?
You refer to the tension regarding the interim evaluation system. Quite frankly, it is but one facet. Classes have also been suspended until we complete our own painstaking review of the curriculum. Some students have taken leave, while the more dedicated have taken it upon themselves to conduct independent work to demonstrate their merits.
We cannot allow this situation to continue indefinitely. Graduation is approaching and we must make our recommendations. But the senior class is divided. They know not how they will be evaluated.
Do you know how to be evaluated? Rather, they understand how they will be evaluated, but have no faith that our method... This guy doesn't even get a name.
No, not even a name.
Smudge. There's 3 people in the room and he doesn't get a name. What do you mean? We're not running out of names, Square Enix. The hell?
Call him Sid.
Poor guy. But have no faith that our method will produce a fair result. A concern not without merit. I must confess, I too suspect that some may be driven to manipulate the interim system to their advantage. I don't get this. They keep talking about how like they can't trust their current system and people are going to cheat and all this stuff. It sounds like they don't have a system, so how can they cheat at something that doesn't exist? Like
exactly, that was exactly my point. It's like yeah, you're supposed to catch the cheaters, but like we don't know, like what defines a cheater when we don't know what they're supposed to be doing.
It's gonna be an eating contest.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Also hello Stargazer in chat who suggested the name should be red shirt free.
There you go.
I expect some have already tried, but that is why we have brought in outside observers. Inspector Brardian, Mielikka, if anyone is engaging in an unscrupulous behavior, I should have it brought to an end at once. May the Fury guide you in your task. Oh my god, his hair is kinda weird.
So D can say anything. Nope. Yeah.
Oh, he gets a name now! Surely, one who desires to join the clergy would not be foolish enough to stoop to such behavior. The Fury knows all and sees all.
Huh.
Look, Saturn!
Oh, nice.
It's Saturn!
So, the headmistress also thinks some of the students have attempted to cheat. Okay, Radiant. Now then, before we proceed, might you both tell us a little about your students? Father... my apologies. I didn't have a name until just now.
I just remembered I have a name.
I am Father Saturnois. In addition to teaching the fundamentals of Hellenic polity, I also oversee fundraising for the stipends of underprivileged students.
Oh.
He's like in charge of the oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
What's it called? What's it called when you go to school and you're on something so they pay for you?
Stipend?
Scholarship. There you go. He's in charge of the
okay.
scholarships. Yeah, there you go. While I would like to help you, I think my opinion would not do them justice. I suggest getting to know them yourselves. Oh, thank you for being useless. That's why you didn't have a name.
Thank you for being useless. Way to respond to the guy.
Yeah.
I just imagine like Lit Dak just looking the guy in the eyes like, oh yeah, thank you for being useless. Next one.
Shaking my head.
Who am I?
Tell us about your students. No.
No.
Ah, okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Waste of time. Love it. I feel the same. The way in which pupils speak in front of their instructors is not the same as amongst themselves. In my 10 years of counseling, they have minded their etiquette and are not but cordial to me. However, I can recommend one of my students who is quite vocal. Mayhap you try speaking with the dormitory prefect, Arcombadin. Given his closeness to the students' social affairs, he may also be able to give you insight into what they talk about.
Arcombadin. Ah, yes. The silver-haired boy, a son of House Jamal, as I recall. We shall heed your suggestion, Sister Gatea, given his duty and status.
I would not believe a single word that comes out of his mouth. He seems like the kind of person to lie to you about everything.
Also, bullshit that like you teach for 10 years and you don't get a feeling for like the students and like, you know, who can be up to no good and who can't.
I would say
like,
it depends. No. I would say it depends what kind of teacher you are, but I would expect she would be better than that. Because I know by our teachers, like, we would intentionally not tell, like, a certain teacher. Like, we had a teacher who, like, they were supposed to, like, be leading our class, but we would not tell her things, but instead we would talk to another teacher, and she knew us better than that. So it depends. It depends what kind of teacher it is.
I would say no to that just because we already saw Malfoy be like brazen and act in a very certain manner in front of teachers.
But she wasn't there.
She wasn't there,
she
but
said
other
that they
teachers
are only
were.
like that to her.
Sure, but that doesn't matter because if they're going to be like that in front of the deputy headmaster, then they don't care who they do it in front of.
Yeah, I mean,
they literally did it in front of Brav,
yeah.
sorry, who is literally the deputy headmaster. So like they don't like that tells me that they're going to be like that in front of anyone, which means they should recognize that behavior.
I mean, even if it wasn't in front of the deputy, like you would think that like the teachers would talk to each other and they would know.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That like what she like that comment that she made in game doesn't make any logical sense. It's like it's writing that doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it's a way to have the characters talk to the kids instead because the kids have names. And that's where the drama is, but there should have been a better reason.
I don't want to talk to them.
Let's speak to Brav. Fury take me. Must we revise the entire curriculum?
You didn't talk to Braden.
I said we're talking to Brav.
Ah,
that's what I said.
Never mind.
What do you do here? Though I do still teach on occasion, my primary responsibilities are now administrative, as I serve directly under Headmistress Elvain. Her knowledge of the Enchiridion is without peer, and it is well that His Eminence appointed her to oversee the Scholasticate. However, owing to her age, she is unable to attend to all her duties. Which is why I've beseeched you for your assistance. Due to a lack of a proper evaluation system, the students who strive for the Trinity seats have become more competitive in their pursuit. I'm counting on you and my nephew to ensure they do not engage in conduct unbecoming of a member of the clergy. What kind of place is this? Saint Andalim's Scholasticate is where God's-fearing men and women come to seek a proper theological education. Traditionally, our seminarians would be expected to study a diverse range of subjects, from the fundamentals of Ishgardian theology to the intricacies of canon law. However, due to the recent revelations concerning church doctrine, we are currently reevaluating our entire curriculum. At this point in time, it is difficult to say what changes will be made, but at the very least, I would expect the trivium and the quadrivium to remain. I think that's math. But the administration is somewhat divided on the other subjects. I have no doubt that the headmistress and I are sensitive to the people's concerns. We wish only to educate and guide them. Okay. Righty. While I have little interest in noble bloodlines, I'm not unfamiliar with the Count de Jamal's sons.
Yeah. Also, can I just say why is House the Mahal just full of mean people? Why?
They're just because they're Slytherin.
Why? Yeah. Why are they Slytherin?
Okay. The bracer. So, Lei's lackey is helping the inspector now.
Just when are we like?
Has no one ever told you that brandishing weapons is frowned upon in places of enlightenment? That is, unless Lei has sent you to stir up more trouble.
I don't even have a weapon.
Rest assured that my associate inspector draws his armaments only to resolve troublesome situations, not to create them. We merely came to ask of your well-being and your expectations for the future. Under the auspices of the headmistress, I'm sure. Very well. I am Lebrazier de Bonnefoy of House Bonnefoy.
Was it necessary?
Is that how do you say that?
Is anyone French in the chat, guys?
Hold on, I got this.
Put it in Google.
Yeah. No, it's no, I got nothing.
Nice.
In service to House Jamal, I present to you Archonbaden de Jamal. As prefects of the Scholastic Dormitory, we are responsible for keeping the peace between our fellow seminarians.
We can see you do that very well.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but are you not the foreigner who went to rather great lengths to expose the Archbishop's falsehoods, responsible for the reevaluation of the entire curriculum? Yes. Ah, quite the resolution. Quite that. And for what? Every great nation's history is marred by the sins of the past. Alamigo, Ulda, Limsa Laminsa. Please. Each was built on a foundation of lies and blood.
I'm glad I come from Gridania then.
Which is not to say we elites should not learn from those mistakes. But we who have served as shepherds of the people for 1,000 years have a duty to maintain order through the preservation of tradition. Would a Wainwright cast aside his father's best cart when it has but a broken wheel? Indeed. Archonbaden and I have said as much to those who support a more radical approach. The last thing we need is young seminarians running about crying for reformation. I see. So you both have both been quite active in convincing the other students to see things your way. How have you fared? 'Tis hardly a daunting task. Many seek comfort in consistency. Sister Gatea has tasked us with bringing back the students who took leave. Why not let our results determine how persuasive we are? Thank you, gentlemen, for your cooperation, and wish you the best of luck with your efforts. Now then, Light, if these students are bringing back their truant peers, there must be others who are doing the same. Let us split up and seek out the participants.
I'll talk to them more.
In addition to preserving the other students' welfare, we prefects also take it upon ourselves to conduct study sessions and volunteer activities, so that all may receive of a rich and fulfilling education.
That's why you call other people low, whatever. I'm triggered by this guy.
The Bracer. By the grace of the Count de Jamal was I admitted to the Scholasticate, that I might remain by Arkham's side. He is the sun which shines the light of truth throughout these halls, and I am but the moon which reflects his radiance.
Oh my god. Get a room. Bye. I don't like them one bit.
We're leaving.
It's Malfoy and somebody who licks his shoes. It's like, I actually no. I take it back. Malfoy was a better character.
Going outside. Oh, say hello, Souko. Hello. Good morning. I know you were here earlier, but good morning. Speak to the lass.
Nice. Can't you talk with him another time? I finally got his attention and I'd rather you not interrupt. Okay.
Speak to the seminarian.
You two came to hear Cramevoix, I don't know, speak? The wisdom of a scholar with the soul of a poet. When he recites scripture, I just... My god, his personal fan club.
Ah, a new friend of faraway lands graces us with his presence today. Well met, my good sir.
I have different texts. A new exotic flower graces us with her presence today. Well met, my dear. And what am I? Chopped liver? He was looking at me until you showed up.
Ah, I see. So you are helping Inspector Bradian. A pleasure to meet you. I am Cramevoix de Mantigny. The Mantigny. But you may address me simply by my first name.
Okay, Carl.
So, what brings you to the pillars? Could it be that you are to observe how we go about convincing truant seminarians to return? Then by all means, let me show you how it's done.
I must admit, I found many of the other students rather intimidating. But thanks to Carl, I am considering returning to the Scholastica to resume my studies. I call you Carl. We were just discussing the responsibility the Highborn have to redress the imbalance. Of the furious love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear we all be set free. So it is written in volume 11 of the 72 articles of Hellenic polity.
Equal under her ever watchful gaze. Ah, would that you graced our halls with your presence once more, that I might favor you with mine own gaze. I fondly recall seeing your lovely face always buried in that tome.
That's an interesting way to bring students back to the... Oh, Cramevoix, you did notice. I thought to pen a lengthy treatise on it, but I could not make do once the volume vanished.
Oh, so you helped Mathia by searching for that tome. With how relevant the content has become these days, I suppose it is not surprising it would go missing.
In an event, you've convinced me. I will gather my things and return to the dormitory straight away.
Yes, that is the way. One must seize the moment and act upon one's convictions. Life is but a fleeting, fragile thing. Wouldn't you agree, my dear? Well, I've done my part in guiding a little lamb back to the flock, and now to celebrate with a well-deserved nap. Bid you farewell.
I'm glad I was like, okay, job done, time to sleep.
Time veg. Yeah, yes. So hello, no clone. Hello. We are in the middle of Final Fantasy Hogwarts edition.
Yes, exactly.
Yes,
And
yes.
the teenage drama is real.
Yes.
And it's triggering.
Alright. Oh, it's the two. Lole. Light. It is good to see you. Fighting the good fight lately?
He still wants to fight. Can we just spar with him just so he can? You know...
I mean, my prediction is that at some point in this quest line, maybe towards the end, Lei is probably gonna punch Malfoy. He's gonna punch him in the face. It's gonna happen.
I would defend him if he does. Honestly, the guy deserves it.
Alright, the hello, Light. Lei and I were just about to visit our friends in Foundation and try to convince them to return to their studies. It's been difficult since we aren't exactly held in high regard right now. The dormitory prefects have made sure of that. We must do all in our power to motivate our friends to come back to the Scholasticate. Then we can strive for high marks together. Right. And then we can convince our peers that we are just as worthy as any highborn in the clergy. They will welcome us with open arms, and all will be well in Ishgard. Sigh. If our Combadin and his cronies receive the Scholastica's endorsement, no one will ever listen to us. We can't let them take the Trinity. I'd rather not think of it that way, Lei. Let us just focus on bringing back as many people as we can. Well, that's how the Highborn are thinking about it. The more vocal we become, the more they will see us as a threat. That's why we have to stick together. Rushing back to the school.
Stop talking because I just yeah. I don't have very many nice things to say about this student system.
Go ahead. Oh my god.
That's a crowd.
Everyone's in here. All right, we're speaking
first.
to Blacy.
Blacy. All these people are making me nervous. I mean, I was not able to bring anyone back, so I'm not even part of the competition, but even so, I hope that Theo did well.
Wait, this is what? This is the competition?
Yeah, exactly. This is a competition to bring people
We didn't even
in.
know. We didn't even know that this was a competition. We didn't even know that okay, so apparently we're trying to make sure that they don't cheat in bringing people back. And see, now this makes sense, but we weren't told this. It makes sense because basically we're looking for like bribery and stuff like that. Like people like making promises and like about like status and money,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe like crème of voix, you know, promising like, I don't know, like sleeping or dating people to like bring people back in and all this stuff. Like now this all makes sense, but this is never explained to us.
But the problem is that because we didn't know this is the task, we actually weren't there when most of them were talking to people, so we actually don't know. Like we have no information to go off.
Left to right, let's speak with Cram. With all the young ladies returning, mayhap I will have more incentive to linger in the library. But I did not see Ula.
He's only there to keep the girls.
Grace.
What about John Chet?
No, left to right. The kids. If our performance is to be taken into account for the final rankings, then I must say, Arkham and I have nothing to worry about. After reviewing the preliminary numbers at the dormitory, I'm looking forward to the results. Right, dormitory rat has quite the smile on his face. Could it be that he was able to gather more students than us?
It sounds
Maybe,
so dumb as a competition.
Deal. Well, I did everything I could, and even if I did not guide them all myself, I am glad that so many of our peers have come back.
Janchet?
Get there.
Janchet? What about Janchet? Okay.
What?
You
Wait,
missed
where's
Janchet.
what?
She's behind them.
Oh, I didn't see
I kept asking you
I-
about it. You're no, we're not. doing it,
I
No.
legit didn't see her. I didn't even see her. Okay.
Well, screw her anyway. Curious about the result? I cannot imagine why. I see no reason to expect anything surprising.
Alright. Get there.
We shall announce the results anon.
I think the reason why, I thought that she was the one standing next to Blacy. I thought they were
God.
besties. I thought she was the one. So
No.
I was like, that's kind of weird. We can't speak to her. Okay, so I just moved on. Saturn. It would seem that Arkham and Lebracer had quite the advantage, given their experience managing the dormitory.
That's another thing. Why are students in charge of the facility,
Yeah, I
and
don't
then
know.
you make a
It's-
competition related to that facility? It's like
it's weird. It's a weird competition.
It's like-
it's real weird.
like the
It's real
competition, like leaving aside the fact that this competition is weird in itself. Like this is a competition created for the people who are already privileged to be more privileged. It's like, huh? Everything is wrong with
kind
this.
Kind of like, yeah, it's basically a competition that like people who already have a lot of status and sway just have an advantage.
Yeah,
I don't know.
but
It's kind of weird. Like
but-
we don't even know what's like at stake here. We're about to find out.
I mean, no, like the thing is that like it's not just like status in terms of like reputation. It's more that like, oh, they are literally like, you know, in charge of this place, so they would know a lot of people because they are in charge of this place.
Yeah, it's meant to be. Sorry, I meant to say social status, because they even said themselves that they were prefects and they were like talking with like they should know all these people anyway.
Yeah, like they did. I told us
yeah.
to speak to them because they would know everybody.
Okay, Radiant. Right then, let us see how competitive these students truly are. It brings me joy to see so many of our brothers and sisters return to the Scholasticate. Sister Kateya, the floor is yours.
Why does he need your permission? Why does she need your permission? Thank you, Arcombadin. I will now announce how many of our stray sheep each student persuaded to come home. Both Theomosen and Lei were able to bring back one student each. Janchet guided two back into our arms. Arcombadin and Leberceau were each able to convince three students to return. The most of all. Excellent work, all of you.
I liked how
The guy got nothing.
No, I like how the guy was getting claps from the back.
Yes,
from
yes,
the girl
yeah,
that
yeah.
totally doesn't like him.
Do I
Yeah,
ask?
what about
Do we ask?
what about Cram? Yeah. He should have blown it all away. He's sleeping with everyone.
Maybe they didn't actually. No. Oh, is this true? Are we missing someone from the count?
The girl you speak of has formally withdrawn from the Scholasticate. Apparently, she was not all that enthusiastic about returning, as she led Cramevoix to believe. Mayhap she chose to play along so that he would cease his harassment.
See, hold on. So, especially by what we're hearing here, this sounds like not only our combating is part of the competition, but he's also counting and like, you know, as like he's like writing down who signed up. So he's essentially manipulating the results as well.
Perhaps it was for the best. She rarely engaged her fellow students, instead choosing to sit alone and read the articles of Hellenic polity. Given the recent revelations, I suspect she became disillusioned with the faith. Strange you would say that, Libracer. When last I spoke with her, Ula was quite interested in Volume 11's Equal Under Her Ever Watchful Gaze passage. One that you and your master would sooner pretend did not exist. If she were the victim of harassment, I rather expect it was at your hands. Why does a kid at school have facial hair? I only just realized that he has facial hair.
No,
and it
that's
really
fine.
throws me off.
That's actually look. I in my school there was a 14-year-old who had facial hair. It happens sometimes.
No, but this is a proper beard though. He's got a proper beard.
He had proper beard. I kid you not. Everybody thought it was weird, but it just happens sometimes.
It's weird. It is weird. Are you implying that we had something to do with it because we did not share her views? What rot! You dishonor yourself and your house with such baseless accusations. Rather you would, if aught remained of your house to dishonor. See, like, this is what I mean. Like, this is like a back and forth discussion that's happening in front of all the teachers. So like, this is what I mean. Whereas, the previous dialogue just didn't fit and didn't make sense.
Yeah.
I yield, good sir. I yield. I lack the qualities the Honorable Lord Arkham possesses, which enable him to deliver such observations. Well, if Ula has withdrawn, then I must mourn her departure by walking through the dormitory halls, reciting excerpts from Volume 11.
I like how sassy he is, actually.
And how do you intend to do that? Volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity have been missing for some time now. Oh, the tomes themselves are inconsequential. If one has taken the words to heart, how fortunate we are that the wisdom of our forebears is not so easily forgotten. Would you not agree? Such impudence, as befits a sixth son. For all his failings, his father was wise to send him away. At any rate, we are blessed that this handful of truants have returned to us. Truly, it is the Fury's will that we overcame these trials and tribulations, and move forward with a singular vision for the future. A student with a keen interest in controversial percept, who withdraws without explanation. This seems rather odd to me as well. Mayhap it is worthy of our attention.
Okay, hold on. Why did everybody just leave without the permission of the teachers?
I just let done. We're done here.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, the teachers haven't spoken once throughout this entire thing. I thought they were supposed to be, like, higher in hierarchy.
No, it's not about that. It's about, like, I feel like we're probably going to get it here when we speak to them, but, like, what the purpose of all this was? Really? Alright. Let's start with Janchet.
I have no interest in this short-sighted squabble over seat rankings. It is only natural people would try to take advantage of an unfortunate situation. Find a way to atone for the distortions of truth and guide the people back to the faith in a peaceful manner. This is what I focus my efforts on. Then why are you so sassy?
There.
It is true that Ula had signed the paperwork to formally withdraw from her studies, but knowing her passion for study of scripture, I feel something is amiss.
5 pupils who brought back the truants are no doubt vying for the highest marks, but it would seem the dormitory prefects came out on top this time.
Look, they have no comments on it. This was their regular interaction with students.
Lacey.
Oh, where is she? Oh, she's hiding.
In between.
I'm sure you're always wondering why I stare at Theo Mosent. He always seems so confident, so I thought maybe I could learn from him. I don't really have any outstanding talents, and I get discouraged easily. But when he's around, I feel more positive about what I can accomplish.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Right. Press her. Cramevoix can say what he pleases, yet it does not mean that it is truth. In a state of confusion, even blatant lies can seem like rational thought to the desperate. Faith in the church must be restored, not through word, but virtuous deed. Is that not what we seminarians should consider in determining the future?
What are you suggesting by deeds?
I am considering ways to alleviate animosity and unite the seminarians of the Scholasticate. Yet it is a daunting task. It is always easier to fuel the flames than to put the fire out. And there are some who are clearly provoking my peers. Alright, Bradian. Bradian glances at you, adjusting his spectacles.
Oh, so different than usual.
I'm sure he does. Oh, Light, were you present when Cramevoix spoke with Ola? Yes. So, oh, that's you.
Don't have time to mod my own chat. Okay. So, she was indeed enthusiastic about returning to the Scholasticate.
Then, why did she instead decide to withdraw? Cramevoix all but accused Arkham of having a hand in it, as well as the disappearance of this Volume 11. Not more than slander spoken in anger, perhaps, but the situation does merit further investigation. We look forward to your results, Inspector. Master Duck, if I might have a word with you in private, pray meet with me near the plaza in front of St. Raymond's Cathedral.
That's not suspicious at all.
Speak with Kate.
Whatever her
Okay.
reasons, it is our loss. Ula was an excellent student.
Okay, let's get out of here. There's no new dialogue. Okay.
Huh?
Interesting.
What?
It's the Order of the Phoenix.
Huh? Why are we hiding?
Alright, let's be with you. Arkham and LeBrazier are truly impressive that they were able to bring the most students back to the Scholasticate. They surely have a way with words. Would that I had such a skill. Anyway. Theo can be so thick-headed sometimes. Doesn't realize that all those students Arkham and LeBrazier brought back will make our lives a living hell. At least Father Saturn understands the stakes. Oh, cutscene. Thank you for coming, Master Duck. You are already acquainted with my 2 best students, Theo and Lei. They're your best students. Okay. They have sought my counsel in their quest to obtain the Trinity seats, and I have been more than willing to oblige them out of a desire to ensure that all students are given equal opportunity. I'm not blind to the machinations of our highborn students, after all. I know not what Arkham and LeBrazier have said to you, but I advise you to weigh it carefully. You witnessed their treatment of a fellow highborn student, did you not? Then it should come as no surprise that they regard their lowborn peers far more harshly, discriminating against them with whatever means at their disposal. Those two believe that less fortunate students lack the potential to become great clergymen. But if Theo and Lay can obtain the highest marks and secure their places within the Trinity through their hard work and virtue, then these misguided beliefs would be proved wrong. Even if we were to succeed, what difference would it make? Those who disagree will not be so easily swayed, and those who sympathize will be reluctant to speak out for fear of reprisals. Then you must find allies who are fearless. Do not flinch in the face of threats. Master Duck, have you come across any who fit that description? The Womanizer.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
And his legion of women.
His legion of women.
We must bring them to our cause.
Look, as much as like I thought that he was very cheeky when he was just, like convincing girls just to join him, I like the his response to Arkham. That was very sassy but nice.
I like the idea of him being his own like faction, and he's also highborn, but like there's also like conflicts between him and Malfoy. Like I like that. That's good. Like that was. I liked that the focus of that cutscene and the focus of that portion of the quest was on them and not Lay and Theo. Like Lay and Theo really had nothing to do with anything that was happening there.
Yeah.
It was nice. I thought so as well. He seems to treat everyone the same, and he defended Ulah's honor at the assembly. The highborn lecher, who skips out on sessions and can't even stay awake for the ones he attends? Theo, are you daft? If he did decide to help us, I wouldn't even want it. No need to dismiss him out of hand, Lay. As Theomacent has said, he spoke out openly against Arkham and LeBrazier on behalf of Ulah. Might be willing to do the same for you.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. But he may be a good ally.
Yeah. Absolutely not. I don't trust any of the highborn. Look, I'll help with finding others, but you're on your own with Cremevois.
I feel like if the guy wants to get to the Trinity, he also has to learn to accept others, because Lay is having the opposite problems where he hates all highborn. And I thought the entire point was to unite.
Yeah. Very well. Master Duck, will you accompany Theo? One cannot be too careful, especially with the rise in assaults on the clergy. Thank you. I'm certain we can find him in the pillars, in his usual spot. It's gonna be with the lass.
No, he's gonna be with Ulah, probably.
Maybe.
But also, like, I don't like that the teacher is not saying anything. It's like Lay is clearly like hating, like all highborns are the same. And he doesn't say anything. I feel like that was the point where he should, like, cancel them.
He is with the lass.
Yes, he is. I mean, she's following him, I guess.
Yeah, speak to the lass.
That was so close. We're not going to get anywhere at this rate.
I like the idea. She keeps trying to like strike up conversations with him, but whenever she does, we show up.
Yeah.
She's like, God damn it. Alright, Crown. Well, I appreciate a scholarly debate as much as anyone. Your bespectacled friend here does not seem to understand that this is neither the time nor the place.
Oh boy. What are you doing?
I thought he would be more receptive to my appeal, but instead he seems rather annoyed. Yeah, because he's talking to the lass. God damn it.
Can't you and Freckles see we're busy? Leave us be.
Freckles, you certainly have a way with words, my dear. She's quite right. You know, we have more pressing matters to attend to.
Like what?
Cremevoix, please. Will you not help our cause? I believe us to be like-minded individuals, those who desire a new path for the church, one based on principles of so earnest and forthright. How adorable. I can hardly resist pinching those soft, supple cheeks. Oh.
Oh, for the love of... Come, darling, let us go somewhere that will afford us privacy.
An offer I dare not refuse. Good luck with whatever it is you're about, Freckles.
We're gonna find out that, like, she's helping him to find Ula or something.
He's gone. No, I cannot give up. The future of the church depends on us. I was not given an opportunity to explain in full, so I will not leave his side until he hears me out. Is he gonna follow them to, like, the inn? To, like, the tavern? No.
Yes, he will.
What's happening?
He's meeting with that woman. And they're going to a room.
That's exactly what's about to happen.
I mean, they don't have an inn here, so...
Oh! This
This
makes sense. No, let's speak with the last.
Aren't we persistent? Well, if you value his life, I suggest you listen to me this time and leave us be.
Yeah, she's paid off by Malfoy to kill him. She's got a dagger. Okay, let's see
Yeah,
what
she does.
This is not what you think.
Huh? Are you sure?
Boy, yeah.
I don't know.
Now let's not get too hasty. I'm sure we can resolve this matter peacefully.
Agreed. So long as you don't try something stupid and give me cause to cut his throat.
Did I not tell you I was preoccupied? You there. Take Freckles and get out of here. Oh my god!
Okay.
Knocked him the fuck out. Release him at once, or I'll summon the watch. Don't you dare. The affairs of House Mantigny are none of your concern. She demands recompense, and rightly so. If I must pay with my life, then so be it. But I will not allow it. Oh, do not look so glum. I must look upon your freckled face before I ascend to Halone's halls. I would rather you favor me with a smile or some such. Ah? Father's sins are mine alone to bear now. Mine alone to answer for. Mayhap in death, our house shall at least be redeemed. If it is recompense you desire, then you shall have it, but not with his life. The Fury forgives, not those who kill their fellow man for want on purpose. Permit him to address your grievances with coin. You may have your justice without sin. Furthermore, I offer myself to you as hostage in his place, that he might be free to secure a sufficient ransom. Have you gone mad? I told you, this is none of your... I will not abandon you. I will not abandon such a pious soul, one who shares my desire to make the world a better place. You're not so different, Cremevois. We have the chance to make amends for the sins of our fathers, to make Ishgard whole again. I cannot do it without you. You really are something else. Making a bloody speech about changing the world at a time like this. I offer the wealth of House Mantigny as ransom. If the lady agrees to these terms, then I will go and retrieve it at once. I'll take her silence as a yes. Now then, come. Always wanted to tie someone up.
Wait, why was he looking at me?
Oh.
Also, why did she not say anything?
Let's speak to Theo first. Need not worry about me. I promise. I will not move an ilm. Okay, let's speak to the last.
I can't believe I agreed to this. You had better hope that no one walks this way, or else your friend will pay the price. Understand?
Crap. We will have to travel to my family's old estates in the Western Highlands to retrieve your ransom. I presume you will wait here until I return.
For now. But if you do not come back quickly, and with a great deal of money besides, this one's life is forfeit. Is that clear?
Quite. As for you, Freckles, do not do anything else. Do not do anything else reckless. Master Duck, I must ask that you come with me. It would not do to go through all these troubles only to be waylaid by bandits on the way back. Let us make haste. Is that new dialogue? Oh, we know this place.
Oh.
Finally.
Oh.
Let's go. We knew it was for a quest. We just never went there for anything. Now we do.
Okay.
Now we know. Don't look at the map when you get here.
I'm not.
Okay. A punch. Ha. But yeah, it's interesting where the quest line has gone, because suddenly it feels like Cremevois is like the protagonist a little bit. Like he's getting a lot of development. It's nice. Oh, there's a site here. Do you see it?
Yeah, I see.
Sightseeing.
To be fair, I prefer that we focus.
There's someone
on
here. There's someone here.
What is he saying?
I have no idea how I'm going to get down.
Well then.
He's like, how did I get up here?
Good luck to you, good madam.
This is not.
Maybe not like this. No. What else can this be?
You may have to look this up.
I don't know. Seat. Oh yeah, there's also seat. No seat.
It's panic.
No kneel. It's not pray, and it's not look out. It's not shiver. Respect. Respect is a. It's not respect.
Hold on.
I'm just gonna open the menu just quickly. What else do we have? Bow? No.
Ah, I
Okay.
found it.
Uh-huh.
It's /rally.
Rally?
Yeah.
Out of all the
There you go.
things.
The pike. A monumental stone sculpture carved in the likeness of Haldrath, the first Azure Dragoon. Oh, that's who this is. The stonemason, Perseal, devoted 30 of her later years chiseling the piece, and it has stood for more than 150 years since. Even today, one cannot find a more stirring tribute to one of Ishgard's founding fathers. Ah,
I mean, it does look pretty cool.
yeah.
It does look like a dragoon, actually. It does have the helmet.
Hold on. It's cool. It's a dragoon, but he's also like wearing a cape around him, which makes sense because you need to in the winter. Like,
Yeah, see, that would be good if they had capes, like, for like, winter.
yeah.
That
Well,
makes
this
a
is like
lot
a
of
cloak,
sense.
but yeah. Like visually, it looks good. Like it looks like Einstein is wearing a cloak, and now I'm sad that we've never seen Einstein look like this.
Yeah. At least it's... you should have something like that.
Yeah. Also, hello, Asher. Hello, Gah. Hello. But apparently, the House of Misogny, or whatever it's called, is this place right here.
Oh, this is the thing. This is a
Yeah.
house? We thought this was
Yeah.
like a grave.
I thought it was like a outpost or like a lighthouse or something. Like, yeah.
Okay.
This is their house.
Yes, Souko, we do need an Estonian with cape. You know? The person from Estonia.
The Terrans have arrived, exactly. Forgive me. My family's fortune is buried not far from here, but I would rather retrieve it alone. Pray remain here a moment and keep watch for bandits and wild beasts. No, there's a wolf right there. There's a wolf right there.
Yeah. Ay. I guess we're gonna retrieve him, huh?
Oh. Well then. Oh. I have what I came for. Now then, let us pray that Freckles is still alive and well. I like the idea that he literally doesn't know what his name is, so he just calls him Freckles.
I mean, look.
Beautiful.
Now the question is, what did he get?
I imagine he got like a family heirloom that can be sold.
But then why did he have to do it in private?
So that we didn't know where it was buried.
That means there may be more.
Yeah, that's the point. He's not gonna give her everything, and she doesn't know that. She didn't come with him.
Okay.
She doesn't know any better. Oh yeah, you're taking my entire family fortune. Oh no.
Okay.
Look, it's her fault for not going with him to retrieve it.
I mean,
okay?
yeah, I
I know
mean,
why. I know why she didn't. I know why she stayed here.
I also don't know why she didn't say anything. Like, this has been an issue for a few quests already, where like sometimes the characters just don't say anything, where I feel like they should.
It's fine. It's fine. All right, dear. Oh, it's the same text. Okay, class. Put the pan down.
It's about time. I'm freezing, and had half a mind to skin this one to keep warm. Now then, hand it over.
Put on a jacket.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, she lives here. Why is she dressed like that?
Hannum. Here you are. The entire fortune that was bequeathed unto me. Share it with your people as recompense, starting with the families of the bereaved. On behalf of House Maintigny, I'm truly sorry.
She leaves.
Now that is a moment where she should have said something. I would say that is the moment where she should have said something.
No, she just leaves.
She's just gone.
She's gone.
Theo, Fury Forfend. What have you gotten yourself into this time? I swear I leave you alone but for one moment. I was never in any danger, Lay. I prayed to the Fury, and by her hand was Cramevois returned to me. I'm terribly sorry to have involved you in my personal affairs. I should have known that the lives of my family would not be enough to sate the small folk's thirst for vengeance. Think nothing of it. I too lost my father, so if you ever have need to speak about it, you can confide in me as a friend. Ah. My father sought to curry favor with the Holy See, and so he raised great levies to send to the front lines. Honor was his prize, but it was bought with the blood of his subjects, and eventually his own. The small folk had come to resent his demands for service, and when the truth of the war was revealed, they revolted. The mob overran the manor guard, and my father and 5 brothers perished at their hands. That's crazy.
So that's like recent.
Insane.
That's like literally just happened.
That's like 3 days ago.
Yeah.
that's yeah, like a week ago. His dad and his brothers were killed by the citizens of Ishgard. Had I not been sent away, I would have surely died with them. Our fortunes had grown poor following the calamity, you see. And since I was the youngest, father bid me leave to make my own way. So I enrolled in the scholasticate, with hopes of becoming a bishop, to bring honor to myself and my house. But now... no, there's no use dwelling on what could have been. Must look to the future, and do what we can to make Ishgard whole again. Every moment is sacred, and you helped me see to that, Theo. Consider me your friend and ally. Well said, Cramevois, well said. Together, you may yet bring about lasting change. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Without the endorsement of the Scholasticate and the support of our peers, no one will listen to us. What's more, I still haven't heard anyone explain how we're supposed to get seats on the Trinity. Ishgard wasn't built in a day, Lay. Besides, we still have plenty of time to work something out. See? I knew he wouldn't take this seriously. Calm yourself, Lay, and keep an open mind. Now, let us return and discuss our next course of action. Oh, I nearly forgot. Inspector Browdian. Oh, remember him?
Oh yeah,
remember how this was supposed to be all about him, and he's
remember how this is his quest line?
He is not a part of this quest line at all. Actually, at all. Inspector Browdian was looking for you at the cathedral. He wished to speak with you regarding his investigation, I believe. Oh yeah, he's investigating something.
Oh yeah, that.
To be fair, he may have found like Ula may be dead. She may just be dead.
She may be. I mean, she could have killed her.
Yeah. I mean, if she didn't go to see Camevois, then I'm assuming she's dead. I'm assuming
No,
she's
I
killed,
don't think that instantly means she's dead, because maybe like she wouldn't want to show herself after she withdrew. Because like she promised him that she would be there, but then she wasn't.
Brilliant. Ah, well then, my associate, have you anything to report?
Well,
I mean, there was blackmail, there was murder, there was kidnapping.
Yeah, there was like killing an entire family involved.
Yeah. The pan. Former subject of House Mantigny demanding recompense for the misdeeds of Cramevois' father. How fortunate that the situation was
See,
was
but
resolved peacefully.
We're telling him all about that, but we didn't tell him back then about the theft.
My investigation has been less productive, unfortunately. I thought to speak with Ola, the student who withdrew from the Scholasticate, but I cannot find her anywhere. The same must be said of the infamous Volume 11, which contains passages extolling the virtues of equality. Like the girl, it has vanished without a trace. The circumstances surrounding these incidents suggest deliberate intent. Someone may be attempting to turn this tenuous state of affairs to their advantage. But if so, then to what end? For 1,000 years, a sickness has ravaged our city. It has festered within the hearts and minds of our citizens, and in our clergy especially. Treating it will be a long and arduous process, but an altogether necessary one. Our role in the process is clear: to diagnose the root of the Scholasticus ailment. If there are malicious forces at work, then it is our duty to see justice done. It's time for dinner. In a time of unrest, when the light of truth was lost to the righteous, the children looked to one another for guidance, that they might walk something. Back to School 1.
Mm-hmm.
This is a long quest line.
This is a long quest line.
Unironically, 5. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, predictions.
Mm-hmm.
We just finished the first chapter of, I imagine, 3 chapters. The first chapter. Okay. Who do you think is behind missing Ola? Who do you think is going to be the big bad behind everything?
I feel like Final Fantasy tends to like avert the expectations, so that tells me that it's not gonna be Arkham.
It's not 100%. It's not Malfoy. It's not Malfoy.
Yeah, even though he is a dick. But
he is a dick, but he's not like, you know, the big dick.
Like he doesn't. The thing is, like, he doesn't need to make her go missing because he already persuaded her to give up. So like he doesn't need it.
Yeah. There is literally no reason for him to specifically target her. Other than, of course, like, I guess she would be preaching about like an ideology that he doesn't agree with.
Yeah, but
like, how would he know
matter.
that? You know? Yeah, like, it's, yeah. Anyway.
So we don't know what the role is of the faceless guy.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't seem malicious.
Yeah, but he doesn't seem to be anything. He's just like, oh, this is what's happening. But
That's
like,
not what
why
I
is
asked.
he there?
Who do you think's the big bad? Who do you think's the big bad?
I don't know actually.
See, Sander, my prediction: we'll go another year with that exclamation mark merch.
Do you think it's gonna be the what is she called? The leader?
So my guess is it's going to be the headmistress. But I wouldn't like it if it's the headmistress.
Because it's so obvious.
No, it's just I wouldn't like it story wise because we already lost the Pope.
Yeah.
Right? Like we already have a lot of disdain and a lot of like unrest, and there's just a lot of stuff surrounding, you know, the religion and the clergy and everything. And I feel like I don't know if I want even more damage to be done by having the headmistress also be malicious and be involved in all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like I understand why she would be, because apparently like she was like really close with the Pope, right?
Yeah,
like,
but
that's what we learned.
At the same
But,
time,
I wouldn't want her to.
At the same time, when we did talk to her, she seemed fairly reasonable. Like she didn't react to Raridan's words.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe that's just her hiding her true intention.
Yeah,
you know?
maybe.
Yeah. Because like I would say the most obvious pick is the headmistress, but I don't think it story wise. I don't think it would be a good pick. I don't think it would be good if yeah. Just because I like the idea of them like reforming and reconstructing like what the faith and what the religion is and all that stuff. Like I like that. And if she's behind all this, then it's just gonna set that all back even more. It's just gonna make it even harder for them to like, you know, be one with the people and be one with like, you know, the orphans and then the poor people in Broom and all that stuff, and then bring everyone together. And that's what I want. You know, I want them all to get along and to figure shit out. And her becoming behind it is just gonna make that harder. So it's just ugh. Like the guy just lost his father and 5 of his brothers like a week ago. Give him a break.
Yeah. Do you think they will become the Trinity?
The Trinity, I think it'll be the Playboy, Harry, and Malfoy. I think the 3 of them will be the Trinity.
Oh, you think Malfoy will get it?
Yeah, I think the 3 of them. Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be balanced. It'll be a lowborn, it'll be a highborn, and then it'll be a guy that's like highborn, but also like not top tier. I think it'll be them 3. I think that would be best. I think that'd be the best outcome, because then we get to something because then I'm anticipating that Malfoy gets a redemption arc where he comes to realize, oh, you know what, like, you know, just because you were born like in a poor setting, like you can still, you know, be good for the faith and be a good person and be worthy of like my attention and my respect, right? Sure. Like in a good story, like he gets his own arc, and that's how he ends up, and he changes as a person, right? That's kind of where that would go. But the other option would be that it becomes the Playboy, it becomes Harry, and it becomes Ron, which would be like
yeah.
I feel like we're missing the point. We're missing the point of uniting everyone if we're not including everyone, you know? Yeah.
But I mean, I said it before. It's like the teachers don't seem to be like counseling the students a lot.
Well, yeah, that doesn't matter though. Like, fuck the teachers. Like, this is about the students resolving things amongst themselves. Okay. And ideally, the end of this story is that you get Harry, you get Malfoy, and you get the other one.
I don't see how Malfoy would change, but that would make sense.
I think how he's gonna change is he finds out that his servants, the servant boy, what's his name? Whatever his name is. Yeah, him. Yeah, he's gonna find out that he's been doing shit like behind the scenes. He's gonna be finding out that he's the one who like maybe he's the one who took the tome. Maybe he's the one that's been working for the headmistress, who's been doing a bunch of stuff. And his rationale is gonna be like, oh, but like I thought this is what you wanted. I thought you wanted everyone to believe in what you say, and I thought you're my master, and I just want everyone to be on your side and all this stuff. And he did all this stuff on his own. And Malfoy's gonna find out about that. And he's gonna be like, "You disgust me. Like this is not how things should be done."
That would make so much sense, actually, and it bothers me.
Yeah, and he'd be like, even though like I have my beliefs and stuff like that, there's still a way that things should be done, and we're highborn for a reason. All this shit, and he's gonna be like, "You sick."
No, yeah, I can see that.
Just gonna, that's how it should turn out. We'll see how the writing goes, and we'll see how they end up doing it. But that's how it should go. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it would make a lot of sense considering how he speaks about him. I was like, oh yeah, he's the light, and I'm the moon reflecting his. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This guy is gone.
He's gonna go too far, exactly, and then Malfoy's gonna realize he went too far.
Do you think he's the one who got rid of Ula?
Yeah, that's what I said. That you find out that he's the one who like got rid of Ula, and he's the one who like got rid of the book and all that stuff, and
yeah, that would make sense.
But they can tie it together even further with the headmistress, where he's doing maybe like the headmistress is like telling him to do stuff, and he's doing it as well because like she's like manipulating him as well. Like it can still come back to her.
I don't want like I would prefer if it was just him, actually.
Yeah, I would prefer if it was just him. I don't know if they're gonna do that. Yeah. So what do you think?
Now I think it's gonna be him, because it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I actually don't think the headmistress will be involved.
Okay. The unholy trinity. Souko. Okay, Browdian appears to be lost in thought. If it isn't my trusted associate, back from the field. As you will doubtless have seen for yourself, change is sweeping through Ishgard, and the veil which once threatened to smother the hearts and minds of our people is slowly but surely being lifted. 'Tis as if our fair city has been born anew, and it is in large part thanks to you, which is not to say our problems have come to an end. No, the silent struggle between the lowborn and the highborn goes on, growing more fractious by the day. I've come to believe that someone, somewhere, is fanning the flames of hatred to further their own ends. And I'm convinced, now more than ever, that Ula's sudden disappearance, alongside that volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity, is no mere coincidence. But both she and it, after all, were passionate advocates of equality among men. As to who is responsible and what their true intentions might be, I cannot say. Ascertaining these things will no doubt require that we first find the missing girl. And as of this moment, our best hope of learning her whereabouts may rest on recovering the fate of that book. As such, I shall continue searching for any clue which might lead us to the missing tome. In the meantime, I ask that you trouble the students for any information that they might have on Ula. Failing that, find out if they have witnessed any unusual occurrences around the Scholasticate. Anything at all. Well then, let us be about.
Do you think we will find out something about what was her name? Brailsey? Brailsey?
Brailsey? Brailsey?
Grizzly. Really?
Hold on. She should be in here. Where is she? Ginny, yes. Ginny Weasley.
Ginny Weasley, there you go.
She's not in here. She's not in the room.
Is she also gone?
She's gone.
Okay, who are we talking to?
Right. Left to right. Let's start with the seminarian, despondent.
Lazy!
Yeah.
Lazy has been so distracted lately. I'm lucky if I can get a simple good morning from her. Ever since Ula left, she's been rushing about the city like a madwoman, looking for any information she can find on the girl, that she might have an excuse to talk to Theo Mossen. She doesn't even care that she's missing. She's just like, I can talk to him.
Look, Krameva has moved on to another girl.
I can bet she's not impressed.
Speak to him first.
I only spoke to her.
Okay, I'll speak to her.
The only really unexpected change I've seen of late is in Light's attitude towards Kramero. He really seems to have warmed up to him. Why, he even went as far as to initiate the conversation the other day.
He spoke to me. 'Tis true. But 'twas not out of fondness. He merely hates me, very slightly less than he values Ula's safe return. Oh, there you go.
Makes sense.
Meva.
Don't believe a word of it. Lays come to fancy Kramova nearly as much as he does here, Mosend. That's what she says.
Oh, that's nice. While I cannot claim to have seen anything unusual exactly, I will say that things have not been the same here since Ula left. Somber doesn't do it justice. Sincere seminarian.
This is a child.
It is a child.
Why is he so young?
I mean, he's Ellison, that's why. One of the seniors told me he's been diagnosed with something called lung rot, and that she's too weak to attend any of her classes. Thinking back, I did hear her coughing from time to time, but I had no idea it was anything so serious. Saturn. Welcome back, Light, Master Duck. Though the news of Ula's abrupt departure yet weighs heavily upon all of our minds, I am certain your presence within our hallowed halls will help to put a good many hearts at ease. Okay, stern seminarian. The lessons of Volume 11 seem to resonate deeply with Ula. She would oft stay up into the small hours reading and rereading them. Mayhap they spurred her to steal away in the night and take up the revolutionaries.
Okay.
Okay, let's brace her. Though some were shocked by the news of Ula's departure, Arkham has worked tirelessly to reassure the student body that it is all for the best. Arkham. How many times must I say this? Ula was not coerced into leaving, nor was she abducted, nor did she die from a fictitious disease. She quit the Scholasticate of her own free will, for reasons known only to her and the Fury. Really, is it so difficult to understand? Okay. Now we.
He has more to say. He has more to say.
Okay. I should not complain, I suppose. Since Ula departed, those broom rats have scarce shown their faces here, and the Scholasticate has been much the better for their absence. Were it not for all these infernal rumors, everything would be exactly as it should be.
Now I have to talk to everybody else. What do they have to say?
Despondent. The
Okay.
first one we spoke to.
It's been quite lonely without Blazy around to keep me company.
Sincere. Gods, I hope whatever she has isn't contagious. I used to sit near her in the library. Oh no.
No.
You're gone.
The stern seminarian.
For some, merely to learn is enough. Others, meanwhile, feel compelled to put every teaching into practice. Needless to say, Ula falls into the second category. I only pray that her misguided actions do not have any long-term repercussions for the Scholasticate. Okay. Saturn. Welcome back, Master Duck. What a pleasant surprise to see you. How might I be of service to you this day? The opposite. In the wake of Ula's withdrawal, he and Lei have devoted their every waking moment to the task of uncovering her whereabouts. They are quite adamant that the girl must be found and persuaded to resume her studies here. As a matter of fact, they approached me earlier today to beg leave to travel to Gorgain Mills, claiming that a trip there would yield the information they needed to accomplish their aim. No sooner had I granted their request than they rushed off. Such compassion and eagerness to serve others is a rarity even amongst the clergy. I cannot tell you how proud I am of what fine men they have become. Okay. Step outside so I can teleport us.
What do you think we're gonna find out? At the meals.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know where they're gonna take this. It's gonna be weird if this is where she's from, because if you remember, this is where the heretics. This is where Ysael had like that summoning ritual thing in the basement.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like this has been abandoned since Calamity.
Yeah, like unless she got kidnapped and she's here.
Oh, I discovered a new location. I haven't been here. Interesting.
Shaking my head. Oh,
Do you think she's dead?
Is she dead?
But then would they? Would she already have a grave, and would they know her grave?
No, they wouldn't. She wouldn't have a grave. Let's speak to Lei.
It's too soon.
Do my eyes deceive me? Surely that can't be you. Light? What brings you to Gorgain Mills?
Maybe it's like her parents or something.
No, maybe it's Theo's dad. Maybe he's here to speak to
Maybe.
Light, is it really you? That we should be united thus amid the snowy peaks of Korthus is... Why, it's nothing short of a miracle. I sense the hand of the divine at work. Halone has answered our prayers. Theo, Light has no idea what you're talking about, man.
Speak like a human being.
He just showed up, buddy. By all means, explain, but do it slowly and from the beginning. My apologies. Excitement got the better of me. Light, this is the resting place of Father Chosua, the man who found room in his heart for 2 waifs from the street. He adopted them. Aww.
Yeah, because they said that it was teaching them.
Yeah. 2 waifs from the street. I guess they're like brothers, basically, in a way. Granting them the opportunity to rise above their station in life. Do you perchance recall the book that was stolen from Theo and burned by that lost soul we once thought of as a brother? Ben. It was what he's like the only person with a regular name.
Yes. I think he's a fairly regular name.
Yeah, true. It was one of the last mementos we had of that man. Now, all that's left to remind us of him is this place. Indeed. And while we often come here to seek solace and guidance, in his blessed presence. Today our purpose is more practical. With our search for Ula at an impasse, we had hoped he might grant us inspiration. And that is why I believe our meeting with you here, in this hour of need, is a sign from above. Mayhap the work of Father Chosua himself. I take from this that we are not meant to bear this burden alone, that the obstacles we face can only be surmounted by working in concert with others. Ola's disappearance has thrown the Scholasticate into turmoil, and the long simmering mistrust between those of noble and ignoble birth has boiled over into outright hatred. Now, more than ever, we must seek to join hands with like-minded souls who understand that this malice will only serve to sow further discord. Like-minded souls, such as you. I'm reminded of the words of Volume 11 of Articles of Hellenic Polity. Of the Fury's love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. We must strive to love our neighbor, even as we love ourselves. Just as Helone does. To do otherwise is to defy her will. Yes, and while we will surely be rewarded for our tolerance, the highborn bastards would sooner pretend that passage doesn't exist, won't be so lucky. Why, they may even find themselves on the receiving end of her spear for everything they've put us through. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? We still haven't found a single clue as to Ula's whereabouts. Fear not, Lay. With light at our side, I have faith that we shall find her, and that she will soon retake her rightful place in the hallowed halls of Saint Andalam's Scholasticate. I hope you're right. At any rate, we've done what we came to do, so there's no point freezing our asses off here. Until we meet again, Light. That's it? Okay.
That's it. I thought they were gonna find something, anything.
Yeah. Aetheryte. Let's teleport to the cathedral. A person is missing. Why are we not investigating this? Where are the clues? Where did she live?
Yeah, like, I would think they would know something about her.
Yeah. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Rory Skies, for the raid. Thank you, Poppy. Thank you. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you enjoyed yourself. For those who are tuning in, I am not a Terran player. I'm a Zerg. I hope you mech'd with protection. I hope the people that you played against deserved it. It was pretty chill. Okay. Nice. Sounds good.
Who do we talk to? Rav is here.
Do we have new dialogue?
I don't know. Let's see.
Hello, chat. Hello. All Zerg deserve meching. You're an animal, Sounder. You're an animal. For those who are tuning in, unfortunately, we're not playing StarCraft here. I was laddering earlier in the day, but here we're playing some Final Fantasy. So if you want to stick around, then you can. But no StarCraft here right now. No StarCraft. I see you're playing an RPG to chill out from StarCraft for a bit. Yes. This is my chill game. In between smoging on the ladder in StarCraft, we play Final Fantasy.
Basically a what?
Don't call me an animal.
Is it because you are what you eat?
You are what you eat. You're an animal, Sounder. Alright, let's speak to the seminarian.
Tis a true pity. While the Scholasticate isn't known for its warm and inviting atmosphere, never has it been so austere. If Daisy were here, things would be a tad more bearable, but she has very little time for me as of late.
Chanchet.
It pains me greatly to see the nonchalance most of the students here have displayed regarding Ula's disappearance. It seems they are too busy to feel concern for anyone but themselves. A very impious attitude to take, if you ask me. As pupils of the seminary, it is our burden to put another's needs before our own.
Sincere. I too have once checked out Volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity. When I went to return it, however, I had the misfortune of being spotted by one of our most conservative seniors. After being reprimanded for hours on how the far-fetched notions penned within the corrupt mind, I shan't be caught dead with it again.
Oh, it's forbidden. That's
Rough.
rough.
Fury take me.
You have nothing else to say?
Yeah, it's the same
Okay.
dialogue. It's all the same.
Stern.
Stern. Until recently, the students paid little heed to Volume 11's existence. It was only once it vanished off the shelves, along with Ula, that their interest was finally piqued. As one of the few to have leafed through its pages, I'm now constantly being besieged with questions. What they fail to realize is that a single sweep of the text does not constitute a deeper understanding of what's written within. He's like, stop bothering me. I don't know what I read.
Just because he read it once doesn't mean he remembers it.
Yeah. Alright, Saturn. Master Duck, I trust you were able to find Thelmacet and Lay. I see. Yes, the two of them have always shared a special bond with Father Chassois. One that only seems to have grown stronger with his passing. It is encouraging to see that they have taken their lessons to heart and continue to work so fervently for the good of their fellow students. I fear, however, that a dark and treacherous path lies ahead of them. I only pray that when the time comes, they are ready for whatever challenges await. Father Saturnois wears a troubled frown.
Look at this. Look at the thumbnail.
Master Duck, just the man I was hoping to see. I'm sorry to say that a rather disturbing rumor has been circulating around the Scholasticate of late. One which claims that Arkham arranged for Ula to be taken away. That the boy scorns those who favor different interpretations of the scriptures, I do not deny. But I labor to believe he would go so far. To engage in such conduct would risk not only his own position as prefect, but the very honor of House Jamal, both of which mean a great deal to him. Regretfully, no one seems to know whence these ridiculous rumors came. They could have been concocted by anyone, and for any number of reasons. In any event, with many still unsure what to make of Ula's sudden withdrawal, these wild accusations have only served to deepen the divide between our seminarians. At this rate, I fear others may decide they no longer wish to remain at the Scholasticate, and so I would be most grateful if you would consent to investigate this matter. Should you oblige to my request, I suggest you begin by speaking with Lebracer. I found he has spent the past few days looking into Ula's activities prior to her departure, likely with the intent to absolve Arkham of suspicion.
Okay, so question. Do you think that Lebra is doing it...
La Habrea?
La Habrea? No, but do you think he's like, it's like it was all a plot to like, you know, kick Arkham?
No. I think he's just big and dumb, and
Okay.
he wanted to. He thought he was helping him by doing it.
Because the way they phrase it now,
yeah.
it sounds like he might have like tried to frame Arkham.
Nah. I
No?
don't think he's that devious. Yeah.
Okay.
I understand that's kind of the angle that they're like trying to spin it, but
Mhm.
I don't believe it. All right, Saturn. Lebracer will be in the pillars, like as not. He often goes there to ruminate. Okay. Stern.
They don't have.
It's all the same. So let's get out of here. Let's leave. Let's get the hell out of here. Oh, we have to look for him. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, this just goes around. Ugh. I thought it would take us up, but it's not taking us up. So we'll just go this way.
To go up, we must go down.
Yes. That's how this place was built. It's stupid. Alright, he's somewhere around here.
Is he there? There are people here. No, it's Arturia.
There
There he is.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah.
Wait, what does Arturia say? We haven't spoken to him.
We haven't. Though it be born of a lie, our legacy need not end in disgrace. House Fartom will live on for the people's sake. Okay. Grace. Let me guess. You got wind of the rumors, and you thought you would come and investigate, yes? Well, I'll have you know that Arkham is innocent. He has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with any of this. This nonsense. I've known him since childhood. While he might occasionally seem somewhat high-handed, mayhap even callous, he would never do anything to harm anyone. If that is not enough, there is also the fact that in the days and weeks prior to Ula's disappearance, I was not out of his company for more than a few moments. We slept together.
Oh my.
He could not possibly have committed the crime of which he is accused without my knowledge. Whoever orchestrated all of this clearly planned for the blame to fall squarely on his shoulders. That much is certain. Yet numerous as the enemies of House Jamal are, I struggle to think who would resort to something so underhanded. Unless it was the girl herself. Don't you see? What better way to besmirch the good name of one of Ishgard's foremost houses and win over your peers than to vanish and later spread rumors that he was somehow responsible and then to go and plant. Oh. That is to say, oh boy, she planted some bananas. By the Fury, I pray I'm not making a mistake. But first, I would have you swear to tell none but the inspector what I'm about to reveal. I stumbled across this. Volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity.
Stumbled, huh?
It had been conspicuously placed in Arkham's dormitory room, with Ula's favorite bookmark tucked between its pages. I need hardly tell you what would happen if people were to learn this. 'Tis but a mercy that I chanced upon it, and not one more credulous. However, now that we have deduced who the perpetrator is, it should be simple enough to restore Arkham's reputation. All we need to do is prove she and her revolutionary friends are responsible. Were I a braver and more foolish man, I would march down to the broom and demand answers. But you, a hero blessed with the strength of 100, need not fear for your well-being, there as I do. You are my only hope. Please, I beg of you, take the book and use it to find the girl and prove these foul rumors false. Snow bananas. I don't know, man. That's pretty amazing. That would be amazing. Snow bananas.
Sure. But speaking of question, this not really related. But in Ishgardian religion, can the priests be married?
don't know.
Like, are they like pastors or are they like? I don't know where you went.
I don't know, because I think that was part of the drama of the bishop having a son, is that he shouldn't be having kids. I think that was part of the drama. I can't remember.
Yeah, but was it because he shouldn't be having kids, or because it wasn't with his wife? Like, he didn't have a wife.
Yeah, I don't know. Brady. I say I don't know because, especially because, like, it feels like here in this school there are people with like crushes and people go on dates and stuff like that. So it's like a regular school, which means that they're not being told and taught not to, like, you know.
Yeah, that's what I mean, because like we have like several instances with like romantic involvement, and they also said that not everybody becomes a priest after this school, which is also important.
True.
But also we had another guy who, if you remember, the dungeon that we did, that was also the son of a priest, but he might have become a priest after he had a son. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. Light. You are reunited. Please, tell me of your inquiries. Tell me your inquiries have been more fruitful than mine own. What have you been doing all this time?
Looking at this glass.
It's the missing volume. However did you find it? So, Lebrazer believes that Ula, or one of her revolutionary friends, planted it in Arkham's room as part of an elaborate scheme to defame House Jamal.
But how did they get there?
I continue to be amazed by what ridiculous conspiracies these children can convince themselves are true. As if the future of Ishgardian society shall be shaped by the actions of some few ambitious seminarians. Anyway, I will allow that she may have been consorting with others who supported reformation. And, were she persuaded to engage in rebellious acts, the dormitory prefect would have been an ideal target. Alternatively, Arkham was so arrogant and careless that he thought nothing of leaving incriminating evidence in plain sight. He would hardly be the first. Needless to say, speculation will avail us naught at this juncture. First, I must see what I can learn from this book. In the meantime, I would have you go and speak with the people of the Broom. See what they know, if anything, about Ula, where she might have gone, whom she might have visited, and so forth. Failing that, keep your ears open for news of unusual happenings. One can never be too well informed. If a young woman like Ula has spent any time in the Broom, someone is bound to have taken notice. Nevertheless, if you fail to learn aught of value, it may be prudent to ask for the latest gossip. We're gonna learn the gossip.
Wasn't Tataru on that? Guess she's not here.
True.
Anymore.
To the Forgotten Night. I was gonna say, if we're gonna like learn anything, we should go to the inn, to the bar, to the tavern. Mm-hmm. Thankfully, that's where we're going.
Huh.
Okay. I distinctly recall telling you once that my patrons appreciate their privacy. Still, I know you wouldn't ask if it weren't important. So this time, I'll oblige your curiosity. This hasn't got anything to do with your missing girl, mind. But a few days back, this one fellow comes and pays his tab in full. No one does that.
that is suspicious, I agree.
That's crazy. Oh my god. A surprising development, as I'd long since written it off as a loss. Came into money, he says, and has a mind to settle his debts. Pleased as I am by his changing fortunes, all the while I'm wondering who he left bleeding in an alley to get that much gil at once. Someone's got some money.
Someone's got some money. We don't know who.
Do you know who it is?
No.
It's the girl that stabbed the playboy.
I mean, she did get money. True.
She did get money. And she was poor.
True. I mean, she was poor, but her dress was fancy.
It was very fancy. I was getting conflicting information. It's Benjamin. Leave me be. I've got nothing to say to the likes of you. Huh? What was that? Think I might have helped kidnap some highborn girl? God's sakes.
Never said that.
You and Theo make a fine pair, you do. Acting all high and mighty, pretending you care. But the only time you come around is when you're looking for someone to blame. Sorry to disappoint you, but I've got nothing to do with this Ula's disappearance. If you ask me, you'd have better luck harassing those blue bloods in the pillars. After all, they know better than anyone how to deal with inconveniences, eh? Why are you still here? Haven't you bothered me enough for one day?
I'm just gonna bother him more. I mean...
Golden. You're not about to ask me to do you a favor, are you? You'll forgive me for being suspicious, but just the other day a man draped from head to toe in fine silks approached me, all nervous and twitching. He tossed a purse at my feet, saying the gill in it was mine for the taking. All I had to do was head to the crossier and buy him a couple of vials of cough syrup. Oh! Tempting as it was, I wasn't about to risk getting involved in someone's shady schemes. So I told him to piss off. That was that.
If you remember that one guy has had a lung growth. Maybe that's related.
So maybe she was sick. Maybe she was getting poisoned. I don't know. Let's go teleport.
Where are we going?
To an ether shard.
I know that
Cathedral.
much.
To the cathedral. We're done. Excellent timing, Light. I have findings to share. While Ula's bookmark suggests that the volume 11 was within her possession at some point, it does not tell us when that point may have been. With this in mind, I decided to pay a visit to the seminary library. Sure enough, her signature was in the logs, indicating that she was the last person to have borrowed the tome. I compared the handwriting to samples from her old assignments to be sure, and found no irregularities. Oh, look, he's actually investigating.
Yeah, he's
Look
actually
at
doing
him
work.
go. Yeah. Good job, Guardian. Do that more often. One might argue that this supports Liberatio's theory, but it is far from conclusive evidence. I suppose you cannot use those vaunted powers of yours to grant us vision of the past and spare us further hardship. I do sometimes have vision of the past. That does happen.
They do happen.
I thought not. Then we shall rely on more traditional methods. So, what came of your inquiries in the broom? Do tell. Nothing. But that is to be expected, is it not? Again, I'm reminded how ridiculous the two scenarios presented to us purporting grand conspiracies truly are. It is not more likely that both the girl and Arkham are innocent of wrongdoing. We must continue searching for more clues. Even the most insignificant tidbit may be all it takes for the pieces of this puzzle to fall into place. Guardian is eager to continue his investigation.
Oh, look who is that?
It's Braisley. Braisley?
All their names start with B. Just want to point that out.
Braisley. Yes. It's his sister. Or cousin. Or niece.
I think it's sister. Yeah, I think it's maybe like a niece. I don't know how old Brandon is supposed to be.
Seeing how reluctant some of the citizens were to answer your questions, I believe it is best for me to take over the investigations in the broom.
Why would they
As for
answer
you?
you?
Ah, yes. I am given to understand that... It's Blazy.
Blaze it. I mean, what?
I'm given to understand that Blazy and her friends have been conducting their own investigation. Though I am loath to admit it, given the fact that they are seminarians, I should not be surprised if they have noticed something we overlooked. You may as well go and see that what Blazy has learned. If you cannot find her at the Scholasticate, I imagine someone can point you in the right direction. Her friend. Time is of the essence, Light, but we cannot discount the possibility that the girl is in danger.
Smile. Smile.
Yeah. Buenos días, papi. Buenos días. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Alright. Despondent.
That is a question I, too, would like to know the answer to. It feels as though we haven't spoken in ages. I did, however, overhear some of the other seminarians say that they saw Fiomosend at the Ark of the Venerable. If so, Blaze is certain to be close by.
That's because she's a stalker.
If you hurry, you might still be able to catch them.
Chat.
By the way, Brav is gone again. Oh, what with them both working to bring Ula back, Fiomosa and Blazy have had good reason to spend a great deal of time together. These past few days, they've been running around the city making inquiries. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they were up to today. Precisely where they might have gone, I cannot say. Mayhap one of the other seminarians might know. Do you think Blazy is involved?
Nah.
Okay.
Sincere. Hasn't she been following Theo around like a lost puppy this past fortnight? Find him and you'll probably find her. That's what I say.
Even he can see that.
I don't know how he puts up with it, frankly. I suppose that, unlike some of the seniors, he's simply too kind for his own good. The opposite? On the slightest side, okay. Stern. Blazy? I haven't seen her all day. I expect she's gone out again with her friends to look for Ula. I still don't understand why they bother. The girl's probably off gallivanting about with heretics and revolutionaries. Even if they find her, I doubt she'll want to return. Lebra. Have you or the inspector managed to deduce anything from the book yet? Pray apprise me of your progress when you're able. I'll come. Of course, I don't know where she is. While I may be in charge of the dormitory, it is not my responsibility to hold seminarians' hands or wipe their asses. As you should well know, in light of recent events, Arkham has not the luxury to concern himself with such trivialities. If you're here to ask for another seminarian, allow me to spare you the trouble. I don't know where anyone is or what they might be doing. Good day.
Good day, good sir.
Let's get out of here. Tori Skyraid. Hello, Simkin. Hello. It was a while ago, but yes, welcome. Alright, let's teleport over to the astrologists. Oh, they're all here. Oh my god. Alright, let's run past Blazy and speak to everyone else.
Just ignore her. They said they would be together, but she's just standing and looking.
Yeah, because she's stalking them. Like, they're together, but she's just... God damn it.
But Chan-Che said they would be together.
Anyway. And you're certain you've seen no one that fits that description? Looking. Yeah. Have you seen a young woman, small of stature, auburn hair, pale blue eyes?
What are you doing?
'Tis a wonderful morning to enjoy a spot of reading outdoors. Why, I dare say it's nearly as lovely as you, my fair lady. Do you often come here to study?
Ah, yes, I'm glad you are helping.
Yes, he's
What
looking
would we do without
very
you?
hard.
I mean, to be fair, he might be able to get some information that way because people will be more likely to talk to him. So who are you?
Well, I can hardly believe it. House Fort Home granting patronage to a common sellsword. Well, should I chance to meet this ragamuffin, I will say to him, good day.
Good day indeed, my good sir.
Good day to you, my good sir. Ragamuffin. I love it.
It's very sneaky, by the way. You startled me. I am here for Ula's sake, lest you wonder. This is all part of my investigation, I swear. Yes, she did the thing with the glasses. Wait, you're not a seminarian, and yet you seem so familiar. Ah, I know, you're my brother's associate.
Yeah, there you go, brother and sister.
Which one? It's like, by brother you mean...
Yeah.
You mean him, right? My apologies, Mistress Mielikka. I suppose we have yet to be properly introduced. I am Blazy, Bryden's younger sister. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. So, he sent you to see what I've learned? Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I spent all morning questioning merchants, watchmen, and random passersby, and they told me absolutely nothing of interest. I recorded their statements for good measure, but quite honestly, it was waste of ink and paper.
Blazy, what are you doing here? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Abort. Leave. Run. Theo, fancy meeting you here. I was just taking a moment to review these testimonies I had taken and thought to,
But of course. You then thought to come and share your findings with us. Oh, he's trying to save her.
Yeah, because he knows exactly. Like... I enjoy the idea of Cram being the wingman of both of them.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yes, that's it. Well, it might be a bit much. I wanted to make sure I did not omit a single word.
By the Fury, Blazy. This is over 100 forms long. I cannot even begin to imagine the amount of effort it took to organize all this information. It's incredibly heartening to know that there are others as dedicated as us to seeing Ula returned. Now, let's have a look, shall we? Oh boy. Investigation log entry number 1. Master of Ishgardian Markets. Mistress Alacy. Mistress Alacy problems? Well, with this recent run of bad weather, we've had plenty. Why, just the other day, my back started to give me trouble again, and I've had to hobble from place to place.
Very useful.
Investigation log entry 2. House Fort Home Steward, Honorite. I cannot guarantee that this news will be great interest to you and yours, but a 12-point proposal for the reformation of the Inquisition was recently been tabled by Lord Artorel of the House of Lords. In the House of Lords.
It's interesting, actually, to us.
It is interesting. It's useless to this investigation, but it's interesting. Investigation log entry number 10.
Only 10?
Weaponsmith Elbert. Ever since the blue bastard and his lapdog put an end to the war, profits have plummeted. Had to sell my best stock for a fraction of its worth just to make ends meet.
How many entries there will be? He just left. He's done.
Investigation log entry number 21. Carvery, Mestenois. I've barely enough time to fill my customers' orders, much less keep an eye out for any foolish... God damn it, Theo. That's enough. None of that rubbish is even remotely relevant. Now. Don't you see? Don't you think you're being a touch too hasty? We've not gotten even a third of the way through. We may yet learn something of value. Let's not dismiss Blacey's hard work out of hand.
Thank you, Theo, for your kind words. I'm glad you think it may be of use.
Fine. Let us briefly entertain this thought and say that something in these notes will help us find Ola. How exactly do you propose that we determine what that is? Lay. We needn't do a thing.
Do you understand, Lay? We don't need to do things.
Although we may lack the skill to discern the relevant from the mundane. A certain inspector we know and love is a dab hand at such things, no? But of course, Inspector Browdian. Brilliant idea, Cramavoir.
We're just going cram.
Cram. Lights, if you would, take this scroll to him and see what he can make of it. I doubt even he could make heads or tails of this rubbish. In any event, it's out of our hands. We should continue with our search. See, now she's actually with the group.
She's part of the team now.
She's a part of the team.
And Cram is a wingman.
He's a wings man.
Oh boy.
Okay, let's go.
Say anything.
Let's teleport
they
back.
Don't say anything. We meet again. Doubtless you have much to share. I know I do. Do you recall Grubelant's patron who recently paid off his debts and the gentleman attempting to obtain cough syrups? Upon further investigation, it turns out they share one astoundingly similar facial feature, a pale raised scar running atop their left bone cheek to their jaw. So it happens, if it so happens that this description also matches that of a notorious thug who was known to hang around outside taverns and harass patrons of coin, until an unexpected windfall saw his fortunes vastly improved. He is now rumored to make a living as a traveling merchant, though where he goes and what he sells, none can say. We shall find out in due time. But enough of my discoveries. What have you learned? Here, have this log of 100 entries of absolutely nothing happening.
Yes.
Enjoy.
Beautiful. Thug, Souko. By the Fury, this is longer than some scripture. And she compiled it all in less than a single day, you say? Remarkable.
I'm glad that he's proud of his sister.
Yeah. Investigation log entry number 1. Master of Ishgardian Markets. Mistress LSA. Problems? Well, the recent run of bad weather, we've had plenty. Why, just the other day, my back started to give me trouble again, and I've had to hobble from place to place. On the other hand, the Crozier has seen increased trading in oils, furs, and other goods. And other goods folks begin to crave when it gets cold, so in that regard, I can't complain. Investigation log entry number 13. Purveyor of sundries. Pass.
Pass.
The other day, there was this one fellow who wanted to purchase robes for a young woman. A merchant, he said. But I've never known one who couldn't be bothered to haggle. Not that I minded, of course. Investigation entry number 21. Carvery, Mestenoir. I've barely enough time to fill my customers' orders, much less keep an eye out for foolish girls getting themselves into trouble. Now, if you would excuse me, I really must be getting back to it. I'm expecting several regular customers any minute. Number 47. Apothecary, Piene. Mestenoir has bought my whole stock of cough syrup every day for the past week. Passing strange, needless to say. So I followed him and found that he was reselling my products to another. The nerve of some people, I tell you.
See, those are actually important notes. How did we never get to this?
No, that's the point. The point of the earlier exchange was that they're reading through all this stuff, but they don't know what's important and what isn't. And he's the one who's figuring out what is important and what isn't. That's why he's like picking them out. A gentleman procuring cough medicines through a third party. That story has a familiar ring to it, does it not? A man with a questionable past recently came into wealth and playing at being a merchant who so happens to travel with a young girl prone to fits of coughing. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Light?
Oh.
Oh. God, I don't remember who's what. The names.
Mastino was the one who was buying medicine. Mistress Alize was the one who had an aching back.
Yeah, she's the one who matters the least. It's not Alice. It's not Alice.
Pass is the
There's
one
Pass.
who's they bought
He's
his stock
apothecary.
of furs.
Yeah.
No, at Furs. Pass is the one from Furs, and Pien is the one from Apothecary, I think.
Yeah. So it's Mestenoir?
That would make the most sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we don't care about Pien because he's just reselling.
I clicked.
Okay. Nor I. 'Tis a pity our merchant friend had not the wits to match his newfound wealth. I could have done with a greater challenge, but that is neither here nor there. Come, Light, let us pay a visit to Mestenoir's stall. Radian is on the verge of a breakthrough. Given how poorly this man has covered his tracks, I'm inclined to believe that he will come to the Croisière sooner rather than later to procure the usual assortment of goods. Let us head there, Light. We must follow the trail while it is still fresh.
Sure. For sure.
That was great. You seem to have dropped something there. Oh, it's your standards. Can I buy you a drink? That's good. I like it. It's good.
It's interesting, sure.
Ay. Shaking my head for sure. Alright, we're here.
Oh, we're
Ready.
hiding. Okay.
Our suspect could arrive at any moment. Keep your eyes peeled. We're gonna jump him.
Why?
Steal his cough syrup. If he comes this way to purchase food and medicines from Mestenoir, as frequently as Blacy's notes indicate, we shouldn't have long. Light, over there. That scar. Those robes. That's our man. Get him! Knock him down. Ah, a pleasure to meet you again, sir. The usual. Aye. And don't forget the you-know-what.
The extra cheese.
It's cough syrup. Hurry, Light. We mustn't let him out of our sight. Can I be a mod? No, for sure. That's not good enough to be a mod. That's not how this works. Shaking my head. Oh, can I speak with Mr. Noir? No. Can't say anything.
Where are we going?
Up here. We have to teleport. Sprint. Plaza. Did they already leave?
Explain yourself.
Our suspect just passed through the Ark of the Worthy, where there are like to be fewer people. Take care not to be spotted.
Okay. Definitely not, nothing suspicious about him just running without.
Huh. Going through.
Oh look, a chocobo.
Ha. Oh, we found them. I can look a little at him, hide him behind the tree. It's good.
He actually hides behind it though.
Yeah. It would appear our suspect is not alone. He has a guard with him. I should like very much to know the contents of that carriage. Keep them distracted while I sneak past, won't you? Approach them and announce you are here to conduct a surprise inspection. You will undoubtedly command their full attention for a sufficient amount of time. A ready, Light. Very good.
Why would I inspect anything though?
That's why I would have. I just want their attention. Exactly. The only way for us to ascertain his guilt or innocence is to search that carriage. Pray keep the merchant and his guard distracted while I might sneak in.
Okay. Any phrase containing the word inspection. Okay, what are we gonna say? It can be any phrase. What did you say? I can see. Just inspect.
No, hold on. It has to be lowercase.
You see.
Inspection? What in the seven hells are you on about? I don't know. You're no temple knight. You've no right. Unless... I trust the goods have been properly secured, and the carriage is ready for a quick getaway if necessary. Okay, good.
Yes, we will discuss this now in front of you.
Right then, where were we? Ah yes, we will not be consenting to your inspection. Now kindly piss off. Damn it, boy, what are you doing? My apologies, sir. I thought I saw movement around back. Maybe I should go and check. Idiot, can't you see this goon is intent on starting a fight? Take care of him first, and conduct your checks after. As for you, you should have run off while you had the chance.
You
can see him in the background. Did you see him?
Yeah, see what? You mean Brian in the back? Yeah.
Yeah, in the cutscene in the back, he was running around.
Subdue them. Yes, we are subduing them with stones. Hold on, I'm gonna take a look at this where I can. Hello, Chocobo.
Oh, hello. Brad. Right. It was as we suspected. The thug and his guard had been holding Ula hostage in the back of this carriage ever since she vanished. Though this ordeal has undoubtedly caused her a deal of stress, she does not appear to be physically injured. While you are doubtless eager to question her, as I am, she must be given time to rest and recuperate. These two, on the other hand, need not be afforded any such consideration. Oh, you there! What is the meaning of this? Nothing. Move along.
Just having a chat.
Don't worry about it. Seems that the earlier commotion has drawn the attention of the guards. Excellent. They can deal with the ruffians. I shall escort Ula to the Scholastica dormitory and speak with the instructors. When all has been settled, let us speak again at St. Raymond's Cathedral.
We haven't learned anything.
We're getting to the end of the quest line.
Aww. Chocobo is being petted. The guard, one of the temple knights, is petting the Chocobo.
Oh, nice.
It's cute.
Okay, proud of you. You should be glad to hear that Ola will be fine. Sister Gateya is with her now, tending to her needs as we speak. I think it's Gatel. I don't know. I expect she will soon be strong enough to answer our questions. Until then, however, we must make do with what information the Temple Knights can extract from the kidnappers. Oh, are we going to interrogate them?
No.
Unfortunately, while the ruffians confess to abducting Ula in exchange for a large sum of gil, they have told us little else of value thus far. Apparently, their employer draped themselves in such thick furs that they could not even say if they were a man or a woman. They claim this cloaked figure offered no explanation as to why they wanted them to snatch the girl and keep her confined to the carriage indefinitely. And so, they had no choice but to keep moving, to stay ahead of the Temple Knights and await further instructions. Hopefully, we will learn more as the interrogation progresses. I fear, however, our mastermind has cloaked themselves in layer upon layer of secrecy, and it will take more than a few pointed questions to penetrate all of them. But Regardless of how well they have hidden their intentions and their identity, we will bring them to justice soon enough. And once we learn all that we can from our friends in the Temple Knight's custody, as well as Ula, we will be that much closer to restoring peace to the Scholasticate.
He didn't smile.
To shine the light of truth upon the secrets buried in the dark, the children once more come together, that they may know her power and her glory. Back to school 2.
So that was Act 2.
This should be just Act 3 as the end. Ah!
What?
The drama. Bradian's eyes smolder with determination. Light. I was wondering when you'd show up. The Temple Knights have deemed Ula fit to recount the events of her kidnapping, and have taken her into the room just beyond for questioning, with Blacy to accompany for support. All the kids will listen. It would appear the questioning is done. Let us see what we might learn.
So he wasn't part of the questioning?
Hail, my good man. I am Inspector Bradian, and this is my associate, Light. I understand that you have spoken with Ula regarding her kidnapping. Is there aught you might share with us? Inspector Bradian, Master Light. I fear that it would seem the Lady Ula knows even less of her own abduction than we do. As she tells it, the only people she saw during her captivity were the 2 thugs now in our custody. We've questioned them thrice over, but they insist that their employer had disguised himself so well they couldn't even say for certain if they were man or woman, much less give us a description.
It was the faceless guy.
For what little it's worth, we did learn that the 2 were once orphans, raised as charges of the sea, to betray the nation that fed and clothed them for a handful of coin. But I must return to my post. Should we come across anything of actual significance, I shall be sure to alert you.
Do you think it's Ben?
Blacy, are there any details our friend may have neglected to mention?
I fear that Ula's testimony proved entirely unenlightening. There is another development, however, that has been troubling me. Rumors that Archon Badin was behind the abduction are circulating around the Scholasticate once more.
Again with those asinine allegations.
And this time, the students seem convinced more than ever of his guilt. No longer content to sit back and wait for events to take their course, they've been pushing for his expulsion. Theo has been doing his best to convince them to disregard the rumors, but it seems any mention of Archon Badin only serves to fuel the rage. I must hurry back and help him.
I suspect that this is less a reflection on the prefect himself than a manifestation of aimless anxiety and fear. Still, I dare say this commotion might prove to be an opportunity in disguise. I shall make my way to the vault to continue my own investigations. In the meantime, I ask that you go and keep an eye on the seminarians and an ear to the ground.
Okay.
Let's go gossip with everyone.
Yes. We enter and they're already like fighting, like the chairs are already broken. It's like
Yeah, this is gonna be. Yep. Yep. And what if those ruffians truly were in his employ? Are we to stand idly by until he betrays one of us, as he did poor Ula? His refusal to provide us with anything resembling a reasonable explanation speaks for itself. The boy is guilty, and I say we move to have him expelled from the Scholasticate, effective immediately. Theo, I demand that you take lead of this charge.
Thank the fury you've come, Mielikka. Since the headmistress called everyone away for an emergency meeting, it's been absolute chaos. They're so incensed they won't listen to a word Theo or I say. Perhaps if you were to speak with them, it would help to soothe their angry feelings.
So you must massage everyone.
Yes, let's pat everyone on the back. It's like, you don't need to be angry. Okay, who do we talk to? There's no solid evidence against our combating, just these vague rumors that keep making the rounds. Feel the resentment toward him, however. I guess that was all that was needed to indict him.
Sincere. He's so short.
He's a kid.
So, what if we've no proof that he had a hand in Ula's abduction? He's guilty of so much more than that. Just ask anyone who's suffered under his reign of terror. True.
I mean, there's a thing, like... No, he didn't help his case. No.
Let's speak to Blacy.
I fear their anger will drive them to do something we'll forever regret. Please, can you try and talk some sense back into them?
Despondent.
I'm sick of our combating, always pushing us around. If we don't take action now, what's to stop him from continuing to make our lives miserable, or worse?
Cram. The frustration and anxiety has been building ever since Ula first went missing, has finally come to the surface. And for better or worse, it's all being directed at Arkham. We have two Theos, by the way. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, kind of. They look very similar.
Except one's an Ellison, the other isn't.
No, Theo is an Ellison. It's just short.
Is he?
Yeah, he's an Ellison.
Oh, his ears aren't as prominent.
Yeah.
Okay. Theo. Everyone, please, calm yourselves. Before we take any drastic measures, let us discuss the matter like rational men.
Why is the kid there?
One thing's for sure. If he didn't deserve it for this, he deserved it for something else. I think we should let the student body have it.
What, eat him?
Enough is enough. I refuse to tolerate his presence within these halls for even one more day. Alright, we have to sue them.
How does that help?
On second thought, I dare say you have the right of it. The prefect has the riches of House Jamal at his disposal, and powerful allies just waiting to spring to his aid. We must step back and consider our actions carefully, lest we find ourselves strung up by our necks. So you would suggest we do nothing? The longer we dither without taking action, the greater the risk of him finding us out. And when he does, he'll see every last one of us suffer for it. Mark my words. He's frightened, as are we all. But that is precisely why we must proceed with caution. As you rightly observed, if we act out of anger or despair, we only doom ourselves to failure. Please, sir, if you would rally his spirits as you have calmed mine own.
Yes, I will pat this guy as well. Hold on, can I talk to him first?
With his wealth and influence, who knows what he could do to us?
Yeah, beat his
Punch
head.
him.
That will help. Oh my god.
But of course, it's exactly as you say. Forgive me. My fear had gotten the better of me. Indeed, there is little he can do for us if we act as one and proceed with due caution. And remember, once Arkham is removed from the school, the administration will keep us safe. So we need not fear his retribution ever again. Must move swiftly, but surely, to ensure his expulsion. Theo, can we count on you to lead us?
Yeah, about that.
Thank you, Light. Now that everyone is feeling more at ease, let us open the floor for discussion. I welcome any and all opinions, provided that they are delivered in a calm and orderly fashion. I believe there is just cause to expel Arkham, as Light was kind enough to point out. However, we should not act brashly. That is why you, Theo, with your calm demeanor, are best suited to head our appeal to have him removed. What do you say? Given the way he's treated you in the past, I can understand why you'd readily assume the worst of him. I cannot help but believe, however, that he too is a victim in all this. I strain to think that anyone who cares so deeply about the Scholasticate and its inhabitants could commit such an atrocity. Theo, for the Fury's sake, you would defend the very individual who, for the past several years, ridiculed and tortured us. Is it so impossible for you to believe that he is capable of such villainy? Until there is proof to say he is guilty, we must give him the benefit of the doubt. Theo is right, Lay. I bear no great love for Arkham either. But even the Temple Knights have been unable to uncover a single piece of evidence tying him to the kidnapping.
The same knights who have pulled the wool over our eyes for 1,000 years, stripping us of all we own to protect men like him. How heartening that is to hear.
I would have thought that after all you'd endured at Arkham's hands, you would stand with us. I see I was wrong. Friends, it would seem the commoner has grown too content under the nobleman's yoke to fight for his ideals. If we are to see justice served, we must do so with our own strength, our own voices. Let us draft a petition that our grievances might be heard and the blackguard expelled.
I'm upset we're not bringing up the argument that we mentioned, that like he doesn't need to do any of these things because he already was in power anyway.
How can they be so blind? The villain who kidnapped Ulai is playing us all for fools, stoking the flames of hatred that we might all be consumed by them. Lay. I can understand not wanting to condemn the man without solid evidence, but Theo practically threw himself on the bastard's burning pyre back there. And for what? He suffered the most at Arkham's hand. Why does he still try to help him? Lacey.
Theo is a man of unwavering principle. That's what I love. That's what I admire about him. I wish I too were possessed of such starch conviction.
Au revoir. There's no stopping an angry mob. I wonder if any of us will emerge from this unscathed. The whipping boy. That's him.
Huh?
That's him, the whipping boy.
Where?
The omniscient looks down and sighs in defeat. It's the name of the quest. If only I could have done more to dissuade them. This blind persecution will only serve to further divide us, and Arkham's expulsion would be a tremendous loss for the Scholasticate. Why will no one listen to reason?
Theo, there is still time to turn things around. I'm sure of it. I help you in any way I can.
Thank you, Blacy, for your kind words. Indeed, it's not too late to reverse the course of today's events. We should try speaking with Father Saturn. Surely he'll know what to do. Incredible. Despite all that, he's still intent on saving Arkham. Light, there's no talking him out of it now. Considering how our last discussion ended, it would put me much at ease if you would accompany us. I shall be staying behind. There are a few things that I would attend to here. My dear Blacy, if you would, I could do with an extra pair of hands. In that case, Light, let us make haste to the cathedral. The headmistress's meeting will not run forever, and we must catch Father Saturnois before the others do.
Hey, what are you two gonna do? I can't bear to see Theo looking so sad. I'd do anything to put a smile back on his face.
Forgive me for keeping Blacy. I required the aid of someone with a keen eye for detail, and she was the first one that came to mind.
Oh, what are you gonna do, Cram? He has a plan.
It has plans. Speak with Thea. Father Saturnois, please, we need your help. Father Saturnois, we need to talk to you. It's about Arkham. Theo, Lay, and Light, whatever brings you here in such a hurry? Mayhap it concerns the petition I just received from the student body. Not to worry. Rest assured that I have reviewed the document and will be submitting it to the headmistress shortly, along with my own strong recommendation in favor of Arkham's immediate and irrevocable expulsion from the Scholasticate. Wait, Father! We are not here in support of the petition, but rather to argue against it. We cannot rightly expel Arkham for a crime that the evidence, or lack thereof, suggests he did not even commit. Quite true. And yet, it is not because I believe him guilty that I have chosen to move forward with this proposal. Then, why? For too long has our church been corrupted by men and women who would see its foundation built upon sin instead of virtue. I mean to put an end to this vicious cycle. What are you saying? Theo, Lay, there is something you must know. When I was young, I too was taken under the wing of Father Choisoi. They're all brothers.
Kind of, yeah.
It was by his good graces that I gained admission into the Scholasticate, not unlike yourselves. I devoted myself entirely to my studies, that I might prove myself worthy of his kindness. The dedication was rewarded when I graduated at the top of my class and secured a prized position in the archives, alongside some of the Holy See's most esteemed individuals. It was there that I met the man who would become my closest friend and confidant. For 10 years, he had toiled in the sea's darkest recesses, working to see that the ugly truth of Ishgard's past would never see the light of day. Until the day the burden grew too great to bear, and he took his own life. For years, I was torn between grief and anger at not being able to save him from his fate. Fearing my anguish would consume me, I found succor in my religion. Day and night, I'd pore over scripture, and soon I found myself back in these very halls, not as a student, but as a teacher. A tragic story indeed, and you have my condolences for your loss, but what does any of this have to do with Arkham? Of the Fury's love, all men receive, by the balance of her spear will all be set free. Doubtless, you too are familiar with these words. Those who deny the teachings of Volume 11 commit the greatest sin of all. They must bear full responsibility for the injustices wrought on the victims of our society. Master Arkham has done naught but scorn the truths penned within the tome. His dismissal is long overdue. This is madness. The Fury knows I bear no love for the bastard, but what you propose is to lay the blame for generation upon generation of the Church's transgressions at his feet. I do only what must be done. Countless lives were lost in the Dragon Song War. We must needs purge the Church of any who espouse the false ideal that all men are not born equal, that the sins of our past are never repeated, and that the clergy might be restored to their former glory. I have faith in you, my children. Reflect on the teachings of Father Chassois. If you do not understand now, you will soon enough. It is true that Father Chassois was an ardent advocate of equality, who strove always to adhere to the principles espoused in equal under her ever-watchful gaze. 'Tis equally true that Arkham has been outspoken in condemning that selfsame passage. Still, that hardly warrants his expulsion. You must admit, the man has a point. Making an example of the son of one of Ishgard's most prominent houses would send a message, and it just might be the fastest way to bring about the change he seeks. Whether or not that change would be for the better, however, is another matter entirely. It is one thing when it was just an angry mob of seminarians calling for Arkham's head. Now that Father Saturn intends to lead the charge, it's another matter entirely. Whatever are we to do? Speak with Arkham.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
But of course, Arkham's nothing if not astute. He's sure to have an idea or two on how to extricate himself from this predicament. Come, let us make for the pillars.
Why is he here?
So, that's why Arkham hasn't been rampaging about the Scholasticate. Call me crazy, but I almost feel sorry for La Bressois. Light, what should we do? I've never seen them like this. Speak with Lebra. Is he actually whipping him? Leave us. This has nothing to do with you.
I don't know, but there are papers on the ground.
True. Oh, they are. Okay. What baseless accusations would you care to hurl at me this time? Attempting to destroy the church? Or perhaps you're here to bring to light the personal hand I had in instigating the Dragonsong War? Perhaps, instead of entertaining every ridiculous rumor you hear, you might actually make yourself useful for once. You can start by questioning those two beside you. After all, they're the ones who arranged this entire farce and have been spreading these letters in a pathetically transparent attempt to incriminate me that I might be expelled. Please, listen, Arkham. We know that the accusations being levied at you are unfounded. I know we've had our differences, but today we have come to lend you our aid. He's so full of rage. He can scarce hear a word I say. Please, Light, perhaps you can try soothing him.
He has a pat on the back will solve everything.
Okay, no new dialogue.
He has some dialogue.
To think that you would resort to such treachery to secure Theo's place at the head of the class. Huh. Enjoy your piddling triumph while you can. Rest assured that House Jamal will see this debt repaid. Don't make me laugh. You expect me to believe that you, the two who would stand to gain the most from my expulsion, have not so much as seen the nonsense that's been making the rounds in the dormitories? The truth revealed. Arkham de Jamal, a kidnapper? Trust me, were we to try and implicate you in a crime you didn't commit, we would have done a far more thorough job than this. Indeed, these writings simply make an appeal to emotion, with not a single piece of concrete evidence to support the accusation. Fine. Perhaps it wasn't you two after all. Still, you rest assured that when I get my hands on the commoner that did this, they'll rue the day they thought to meddle with the affairs of House Jamal. You'd best realize we commoners are not the ones on trial here. You are. I suggest you watch your tongue unless you would prefer to lose the only allies you seem to have these days. Do not lose heart, Arkham. Together, we'll uncover the truth and see that this baseless petition against you is withdrawn. Huh. And why would I need your help? My innocence is beyond question, and the Fury herself will see my good name restored. I pray that she will. In the meantime, we too shall do our part. Fury's sake, Theo, leave it be. Ugh. That aside, where did these papers even come from? And why didn't we receive one? If I had to guess, perhaps they were given only to those most inclined to believe the accusations. Foolishness at best, if anything. These letters will only give me the clues I need to identify the coward behind them. As a matter of fact, I believe I know precisely where to begin my search. Brilliant. We would be more than happy to assist you in the investigation. Where would you have us go? And hand you the very knife you would put in my back? Do you think me daft? The petition is approved and I'm expelled. That would put you right at the top of the class. How very convenient. Oh, Arkham, don't you see? It is not for awards or accolades that I study the scriptures as I do. I seek only to follow in the footsteps of Father Chosua. It was he who granted me the chance to achieve the grand vision he had for our realm and bring relief to those in need of spiritual succor. Of the Fury's love will all men receive. By the balance of her spear will all be set free. I would share the wisdom of these words with all of Ishgard. Volume 11 of the 72 Articles of Hellenic Polity. What is it with commoners and their obsession with that over-idealistic screed? Come, Arkham. Let us not waste any further time entertaining the idle musings of the riffraff. Look, we can manage just fine without your help. But if you do find anything, not that we expect you to, you report back to us if you know what's good for you. Understood? If I didn't know any better, I'd almost say that sounded like a thank you. Well, if there's nothing else to do here, I suppose we should get to work. An excellent idea, Lei. Now, where do you propose we should start? The Furies save us. Where do we start?
Well then.
Anyway. If Theo wasn't so insistent on helping the bastard, I'd have left him to find his own way out of this mess. This is the final quest.
And we get the emote.
Spectacles. We get we can do the thingy. We can do the thingy with our glasses. We can do it. The Omniscient deliberates on how best to proceed with the investigation. If we could only track down the author of the letters and convince them to recant these statements, the student body would have no choice but to withdraw their motion. But where would we even search? By looking for the documents, apparently.
Sure.
A brilliant plan, right? By examining all the letters we have been that have been distributed throughout the Scholasticate, we may well find clues leading us to the culprit. It's settled then. Let's return to the Scholasticate and commence our search. I guess it makes sense. This is a world without printers, so like they would all be handmade.
Yeah, I guess so.
So maybe there's something, or maybe they're just looking. That maybe they just need to find out who got them and who didn't.
Listen. Remember how Briarden was saying that he compared the signature of Ula?
Yeah.
That's where they should start.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if they know
True.
that.
True. All right. Before we speak to anyone, BRB, I need to get some water.
Okay. So, how are you, chat? Don't forget to hydrate.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay.
Also, at the end of this episode, we should do a screenshot doing the emote. Just saying.
True. Okay. But see, this is what I mean. This quest line even gives us an emote, and it wasn't blue.
Yeah.
That's weird, right? Like, we're actually getting an emote, and it should be advertised better to, like, there's people out there playing this game that don't know that you can get an emote doing this.
True.
I don't know. No idea.
But
I'm sure there's a lot of people that like skip all these side quests because it's like, oh, there are just so many regular quests, and there's it's like
Hey, this is part of why I want to start making more YouTube series where I go through quests like this, so people who might have missed them can check it out and maybe do them.
All right, Thea. A few seminarians were generous enough to lend us letters they received. Upon closer examination, it would appear that while the overarching message is the same, the precise arguments differ from letter to letter. Whatever could this mean?
They were personally made for each person.
They were either personalized or different people wrote them.
The writing would also be different, right?
True. Like, would seem that more than a few of the students tossed the papers into the rubbish without so much as reading them. Thankfully, I was able to scavenge some of the ones that had been thrown away.
There's something suspicious here.
Let's go get the suspicious letter. Let's get the letter on the right. Oh, okay, we have to get all 5. Oh, okay, never mind. Let's speak to everyone first. Yeah. Janchette.
Where is she? Oh, all the way there.
Against the wall.
I went the other way. Suspicious letters? Whatever are you talking about? I've not received anything of the sort. Now that you mention it, however, I did observe some of the seminarians tossing out crumpled slips of paper. Mayhap these are the letters you seek.
Okay. Lacey?
I wish I could be of more assistance, but I feel that it is the extent of my knowledge. Good luck in your search. There was more than one line.
Lacey.
Hold on. Picking up the other letter. Okay. Lacey. Oh yes! In fact, Crown and I have been gathering letters all morning. Feast your eyes on this. It's like 20 of them. One of the girls said that the letter just showed up on her bed, as if out of nowhere. I returned to my quarters to check if I had received something similar, but there was nothing to be found. At first I thought it a simple oversight, but after asking around, I learned that there were more than a few others who, like me, have been overlooked. Which leads us to the question, why is it that only certain seminarians are receiving the letters? What is it they have in common?
Cram. Theo has already appraised me of the situation. Not that he needed to, mind you. It is for that very reason that I remained behind with Lacey, to investigate the origin of the nasty rumors flying about. It didn't take long for us to connect the rumors to the letters and coax one of the seminarians to show us the document they received. I investigated further, and behold, these are all the ones I managed to collect in my search thus far. Under normal circumstances, the baseless invectives penned here would hardly suffice to convince anyone, it would seem. However, years of harbored animosity have blinded people to their better judgment. So intense is the hostility towards Arkham that seminarians are desperately searching for any excuse to have him removed from the Scholasticate. These letters have provided just that, and at the worst possible time.
Theo?
Okay, Theo. Ah, Light. Did your search prove useful? There you go. Excellent. Let us take a closer look and see what we can discern. How curious. It would appear our culprit has gone through the trouble of writing and distributing 3 distinctly different versions of the letter. The first reads, as illustrated by the recent abduction that has taken place within these sacred halls, Arkham will stop at nothing to eliminate those who stand in his way. Such blatant disrespect of her teachings must not be tolerated. The second says, it is one thing to disagree with the opinions of your fellow seminarians. It is quite another to abuse one's influence to have your ideological opponents removed. Wallah, a firm believer in the teachings of Volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity, and staunch advocate of equality, fell victim to Arkham's treachery. The villain cannot go unpunished. Last but not least, Ullah's copy of Volume 11 was discovered in the prefect's room shortly after the girl's disappearance. This, more than anything, proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that Arkham is guilty.
Hey, hold on. About the third one, only we, the inspector and the other guy knew.
Yeah, I know. While the final letter at least offers an argument, it's hardly a compelling one. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but aren't there several copies of the articles of Hellenic polity sitting on our library shelves? I can't speak to why Arkham would have one in the first place. The book found in his quarters could have been any one of those. Lacey, when you spoke with Ula earlier, did she mention anything about Volume 11?
I didn't think anything of it at the time, but while Ula was recovering in the infirmary, she asked that I retrieve her copy from her room. When I went to look for it, it wasn't there.
Which would mean the tome was removed unbeknownst to her.
So it would seem. After all, she testified that when the two thugs seized her at the marketplace, she had nothing on her person but a pocket of gil. Presumably, the book was still in her quarters then.
It would be one thing if the book had disappeared with Ula, but for someone to sneak into her room, remove it after the fact. Why? It's as if the culprit intended to use it to frame Arkham all along. Why? I'd bet my last skill you're right. And that's the reason none of us received a letter. We're the only people who would be able to confirm with Ula that the book had been pilfered from her room. But who would go to such great lengths to frame Arkham? Oh, that is our Theo, always striving to help his fellow man, even if that man is all that stands between him and the top of the class. It's enough to leave a girl smitten, isn't it, Blacey?
What are you talking about? I'm not smitten. I just admire him for his kind heart, is all.
Blacey! Why ever did she dash off like that? Has she taken ill? In a manner of speaking, I'll go make sure she's okay.
God damn it, crap. You were supposed to be the wingman. It was not the moment.
Oh dear. Well, whatever it is, I hope she recovers quickly. In the meantime, we need to put our heads together if we hope to get out of this mess. Light, what do you think? Why would anyone go to such lengths to implicate Arkham? To throw others off the scent.
Yeah.
But of course, none save the kidnapper, him or herself, would have such a strong motive to concoct this convoluted plan, which raises the possibility that the kidnapping was naught but a plot to have Arkham expelled in the first place. In other words, if we can track down the person behind these letters, we'll have ourselves the culprit behind Ula's abduction. Must inform the Inspector Bradian straight away. He's currently conducting an investigation at the vault, you say? Let us make our way there, with all speed.
I need to know what happened to Blacey. This is important.
There's someone we can talk to.
Where?
Okay, no, never mind. Janchette was here, but
No,
she doesn't say
that's
anything
not
else.
what it is.
Let's keep going. Okay, let's speak to Lei first. Ah, a perfect vantage point from here. Crap.
Cam, what did you do?
Lacey's quicker than she looks. I gave up my search when it became evident I had no chance of finding her, and was just on my way back when, lo and behold, who do I see but you three? Okay, Thea. Oh, the pan.
Appreciate the architecture.
That's him, over there.
He's gonna get
He's gonna
kidnapped.
get attacked? There's no reason for that shot.
Yeah, why
unless
did
something
we have
were
to
happen
hide?
to him. Yeah. Ah, it's you. What brings you all the way here? Do you have something to report? I see. Show me these letters. I shall determine if they are as suspicious as you insist. This is everything we've been able to find. The author goes out of his way to mention that a last copy of Volume 11 was found in Arkham's room. The fool. In his feeble plot to frame the prefect, he only incriminated himself. I trust that you too have put the pieces together. We did.
Yeah.
You have proven an able associate. Indeed. It is from here, however, that the real work begins. Should, at any time you begin to feel your powers of concentration waver, or your attention to detail slip, you need but do this. Take a deep breath, and focus your eyes into the distance. In that moment, the solution will appear before you. Like this.
Do this move, and then it's gonna be fine.
The game is afoot, and if we intend to win the day, we must remain vigilant. Now, let's get our man. Oh, we just get it. Okay.
Yes, I can finally
You
put
learned
a
the
new emote on my hotbar.
You have learned the emote spectacles.
Did we just learn it? Yeah, I guess we just learned it.
Yes.
Hold on. First, we must equip spectacles. Oh my god, why is it so... Why is it so different?
This isn't the same one.
Yours is so cheeky. Yeah, look.
Show me yours. Yours is like more elegant.
I mean, it's more cutesy.
Yeah. Mine is.
Yours is cheeky.
I'm tipping my hat, but I'm tipping my spectacles instead. It's weird. Shaking my head.
No,
This
Souko,
is not what we wanted.
That's bad. We should be all doing the same thing Brandon does because that's the thing. That's the meme.
We should be doing the same. We need the anime glasses. Shaking my head. All right, Thea. I think I missed something. Who exactly are we going after? We're going after the boy, the whipping boy.
Yeah.
I can see the connection, but how does this help us deduce the identity of the perpetrator?
Well, they didn't know that we're the only ones who knew, right?
Inspector Browdian truly is amazing. Why, he's cracked the case with little more than scattered scraps of evidence. Literally. The female Lala one is too cute for anime meme replacement. Shaking my head, Souko. Shaking.
But memes.
Memes.
But
Right,
memes.
Bradian. Oh, we get the school robes.
The robes.
Literal school robes. Yeah.
The red ones, for some reason.
A satisfied smirk steals across Bradian's face as all the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. Yes. All right, hold on. So, are we set? Are we set on it being the right hand? On it being the guy?
Yeah, I think it's the guy. Maybe instructioned by the soft guy, by the Saturn, but I don't think they interact with each other. So.
Nah.
So I think it may be. I'm actually starting to think it may be the guy, but it may be actually him trying to get rid of Arkham, so he could be someone, because even though he was highborn, like he was not of the house, you know.
Okay. I think it's. I don't know. I want it to be Malfoy's right hand. Yeah. I want it to be him. I don't know. I don't know what motivation he has now. Just because of the this person planted like incriminating evidence and all this stuff, like, yeah, I don't know what his motivations are going to be, but I want it to be him.
We also still don't know why the faceless guy is there.
Nah, it doesn't matter. He's just stalking Bradian. It's fine.
I guess.
Okay. Before we begin in pursuing our men in earnest, answer me this: can any of you tell me where Ula's copy of Volume 11 currently is? The letters say it was found in Arkham's room, though for all we know, that could be complete and utter bollocks. Wait, didn't Briardian have it? Because we were looking at the bookmark? Yeah. Right. I see you've managed to keep your word to Libracer. Very good. Oh, as in we didn't tell anyone.
Yeah.
Allow me to enlighten the rest of you. The tome is currently in my possession. Librasoir?
Lebra.
Lebra. La Habrea. Discovered it in Arkham's room and turned it over to us in secret for fear it would fuel ongoing rumors. Souko's disagreeing. Shaking my head. Oh, did you see Souko?
Yeah.
It is very cute.
It's very intense too.
It is very intense. Ay. Now, knowing what you do, it is time to put your minds to the test. What do you surmise is the relationship between our talented writer friend here and the thief that lifted the book from Ula's quarters? They are the same.
Yeah, probably the same.
A sensible deduction. The planting of the book in Arkham's quarters and the subsequent distribution of these letters are both carried out at a common end, to implicate the prefect in Ula's abduction and force his expulsion. It would stand to reason that the perpetrators are either working in tandem or in fact are one and the same. While that in itself does not reveal the identity of the culprit, it does lead us to our next question. Who would have been able to enter and exit Ula's room unnoticed? The perpetrator was able to move quickly and not draw attention to themselves in the act, leading me to believe our book snatcher had easy access to all rooms within the dormitory. Now, how, you might ask? Keys. Something only 3 people currently possess. Father Saturnois, and the prefix Arkham and Labra.
Wait, we didn't know that Saturn has keys.
So, one of them is the culprit. But, which could it be? It must have been Arkham. It must have been Lebra. It couldn't be.
I also want to decide the third.
Yeah, the third option is Saturn. I don't want it to be Saturn though.
Yeah, because he like kind of turned out evil.
Well, like we had that interaction earlier with Saturn about how like he has his own agenda, and that's fine. I would like it if he has his own agenda, and he's just taking all of these events as an opportunity
Yeah,
to,
he's
to
just taking
push
the
his to push what he
opportunity.
believes. Yes, I prefer that. So I don't know. What do you want to click though?
I almost want to say the third one, just because we had an interaction with him.
Yeah. Okay. We'll pick the third one. I know. It was Arkham. Think about it. It explains why he was so adamant in refusing our help. But what sense is there in him stealing the book when the only thing it would serve to do is implicate him in a crime he may not have even committed?
I feel like if it was Lebra, he wouldn't give us the book.
Then that leaves Lebra as the only other person aside from the Inspector and Light who came into contact with the book. I'd say he's the prime suspect. It certainly is suspicious, but what motive could he possibly have? If only there was a way we could glean the answer. Light, I hear you possess a great gift, one which you employ to reveal long-hidden truths about our nation. Might you be able to use that power to shine some light on the matter at hand? No. So, it is not yours to control. I guess that means we'll need to rely on our own wits to obtain the answers we seek. Fortunately, I have an idea of my own, but I'll need your help to see it through. Well then, Theo, let us put this idea of yours into action. Whilst I heard Arkham and Lebra have been taking refuge in Jamal Manor. Let's make our way there post-haste. I'll leave it to you to see that the bumblings of those three do not interfere with the final stage of my investigation at the vault. But do not tarry long. With Father Saturnois throwing his full support behind the petition, Arkham has but a few bells before his name is permanently struck from the registry. I shall do what I can to see the proceedings are delayed, but I cannot guarantee it will buy us all the time we need. Godspeed, Light. I'll see you at the hearing.
So there will be a trial. Potentially.
We're teleporting over.
Okay. We are going to
Astrologian. Oh my god.
What's going on?
There's a scolding happening.
Nope. Every time we see him, he's even more like on the ground.
Okay. Cram. Whatever Theo's brilliant plan is, I certainly hope he took this into account. Lay. Again? I wouldn't take this kind of treatment sitting down. Theo. Looks like they're at it again. What are we to do? Lebra. As you can see, Arkham and I are discussing important matters at the moment. If you have something to report, pray return later. Findings? Huh. As if anything you four managed to dig up can help me now. The hearing is about to begin. My fate is as good as sealed. There's still time, Arkham. Earlier you pledged your innocence to us. Let us pledge it once more at the hearing. Before one and all, the truth shall speak for itself. The truth? You expect those fools to see the truth when this evidence to the contrary is staring them in the face? How do you think this plan your pea-sized minds have concocted will succeed? Where all Lera's best attempts have failed. We will succeed, Arkham, for it is not just I that stands with you. but the hero who brought to light the truth behind our very nation. Yes, there is nothing that he has not seen. Surely you understand the implications of this, don't you, Lebra? Light has the ability to peer into events of the past. Indeed, it was through his visions that Ishgard's true origins were brought to light. You need say no more. He has already used his vaunted power to see that I was the one behind it all. We called it early. Yes, it was I that kidnapped Ula. It was I that snuck into her room and stole Volume 11. And it was I that distributed the letters, all so that I might implicate Arkham. How satisfying is it to finally be able to say it aloud? For so long have I had to plot my revenge in silence and mask my hatred of you with hollow praise and bashful smiles. Lebra, what manners is this you speak? You truly are oblivious, aren't you? Then allow me to enlighten you. After all, the transgressions your family has committed against mine, did you really think I would remain loyal to you? For centuries, your house has humiliated us. It was something we'd come to accept. But when the wall between the nobility and the common class came tumbling down, we were met with the most harrowing truth of it all. That all our suffering had been for naught. Everything we grew up believing about our status was a fabrication. Tall tales spun to keep us complacent. In reality, you're no better than the two broom rats beside you. You never were. It was a terrible realization, but one that also gave me hope. Hope that you could be taken down just as any other. That's when I began plotting. Ula's abduction, the letters and the rumors they spurred, all was part of my master plan, to bring shame and dishonor on you and your family as you have mine. I've staked everything, yes, even my very freedom, but it was worth it to give you a taste of our pain.
That's intense.
What's more, I bribed the two kidnappers into abducting Ula with money from your purse. And having entrusted the management of your finances to me, you never suspected a thing. Lebra, I can only imagine the pain you have endured, but to seek revenge in this way, nevertheless, I thank you for confessing to your crimes. Now we can absolve Arkham of the false charges brought against him. Wait a minute. You mean that he didn't actually see into the past? You deceived me. Punch him.
Fight!
If you recall, Theo never explicitly said that Light had a vision of what happened to Ula. He merely observed that he possesses such ability. Truth be told, it is not even a power that can be controlled at will. Now then, Arkham, I suppose that's all the proof of innocence you'll need. Let's escort Lebra to the hearing and have him repeat his most dramatic confession before the headmistress. I never saw it. The hatred, I mean. How could I have been so blind? We've been friends from childhood, and I never for a moment did I question his loyalty. What a fool I was. However did I think I could stand at the forefront of our nation when I was so oblivious to which was happening under my very nose? Arkham, pray do not torture yourself so. Rather, open your heart and allow Halone's wisdom to set you free. Once you come to see Lebra not only as your friend, but as your peer, I promise that the both of you will find a way to mend any bonds that have been broken. Of the Fury's love will all men receive, and by the bounce of her spear will all be set free. You truly believe those words, don't you? You cling to them, even when reality does all it can to prove you wrong. I suppose it is that unwavering faith that your friends find so endearing. Now then, it is time for me to put my own faith to the test, and face my fate head on. May the Fury have mercy. So what are we waiting around for? We've a hearing to attend. I'll meet you two there. There's something I must confirm with the inspector first. Light, I cannot shake the feeling that this affair runs far deeper than any of us could have imagined. If you would, please accompany Arkham to his hearing, and see to it that nothing goes awry in my absence. To the hearing. But yeah, we not for the correct reasons, but early on we did suspect him.
Yeah. I mean, I did say at some point that like it looks like it may be a revenge for the hierarchy thing.
Yeah, I think our initial like speculation or prediction would have been better though. In the sense that I like the idea of him being so subservient that he would go as far as to like kidnap and do all this stuff just to like you know, make him look better, instead of doing all this intentionally to make him look bad to try and get him expelled. Like I would have liked it if he was just like, you know,
Dumb.
Crazy fanatical. Like crazy fanatical instead of just like trying to get revenge, you know?
Yeah.
In my mind,
it would
crazy
be more
fanatical is more
right?
interesting. Yeah, it'd be more interesting.
I must say, Master Lebra, that I am extremely disappointed that anyone, much less a student of our upstanding establishment, would commit such atrocities. I am truly at a loss for words.
Headmistress Elviane, if I may, do you not find the timing of these confessions to be incredibly convenient? It's as if Master Lebra here has been coerced into admitting to crimes he himself didn't commit. Let us not rush to condemn a man who may very well be innocent. We must also keep in mind that this incident will have repercussions that extend beyond the scholasticate. Distrust of our church has never been so high. If we were to expel either one of our prefects, both of whom have strong ties to House Jamal, we will lose any credibility of our establishment still has in the eyes of its citizens. See, this is the same issue that I had with them losing the headmistress. I think a prefect will be okay though. It's fine. To this end, I would propose an alternative plan. We will make a full disclosure of this scandal to the public, together with an announcement that Saint and Dalim Scholasticate will be temporarily closed. It is past time we pushed for a full reformation of the school and its curriculum.
That's worse. That's making a bigger scandal out of it.
And there it is, the confession I've been waiting for. Nani?
Confession. Master Brarden, explain yourself.
From the start, I had my suspicion that someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Someone who had secured a high enough position within the clergy to manipulate the students and the system. I poured through records, closely examining any who fits the description. It was no easy task, but I finally found what I was searching for, and, combined with the confession Theo obtained from Lyria, I was able to uncover the true culprit. I speak of you, Saturnois, and I do not call you father, for you are no priest. The documents admitting you into your current position were all forged.
Okay, that's not something we could know.
You manipulated Lyria into carrying out what you yourself could not. You stirred up discord amongst the students and fomented the people's distrust of the clergy in the hopes of creating an even greater rift between the people of Ishgard and the clergy, all in the hopes of seeing the Scholasticate closed down once and for all. But I don't understand. Why would Father Saturn seek the ruin of the Scholasticate? The answer to that would lie in his past. Over a decade ago, Saturn graduated top of his class and was welcomed into the ranks of the Holy See. It was there he was assigned work as an expurgator.
What does that mean? Expurgator? What are you talking about? In all my years serving the Holy See, I've never heard of such a post.
I would be more surprised if you had. Her holy body of decency, a sector that is comprised of a few select individuals, is perhaps the best kept of Ishgard's many secrets. Its existence is known only to a handful of people, besides the Archbishop himself. I'm impressed, Master Briadian. It would seem your reputation is well deserved, though I must correct you on one account. I am no expurgator, but rather one of the so-called watchmen, consigned to guard them. That said, we shared a similar fate. Both expurgator and watchmen alike were struck from official records and confined in the bowels of the Holy See, damned to live out our lives in the shadows as pallid husks of the men and women we could have been. All so that someday we might fulfill one task. Where written records were deemed too dangerous, expurgators would serve as living documents, orally passing down our nation's greatest secrets. When the time came for the Archbishop's successor to ascend to the throne, we would briefly emerge from our isolation to pass from our mouths to their ears. All we knew of Ishgard before sinking back into obscurity. Of course, no highborn man or woman would be condemned to this fate. No, this was a destiny reserved for commoners, orphans with no ties to the world above. 7 hells. So if the truth hadn't come to light, Theo and I...
Men and women forced to sacrifice their own lives, that our nation's darkest secrets might be preserved forever unbeknownst to their people. I can scarce believe my ears.
Father Saturnois, the friend you spoke of. Yes, he was the expurgator. Such anguish did his duties cause him that he chose death over that wretched excuse for a life. And while a new era is upon us, one that does not condemn the innocent to a life of despair for the sake of one man, it does not undo the injustice of 1,000 years. It was to right the wrongs of the past that I escaped that foul dungeon and made my way back to the place where it all began. This twisted institution, the place responsible for stealing the bright futures of young orphans, needs to be closed down for good.
Father Saturn, your actions are heinous, and I can in no way condone them. That said, if there is truth to what you say, perhaps it would be best for us to suspend all lessons until we can reach a consensus as to how we might proceed.
But Headmistress Elviane, would not closing down the Scholasticate be akin to evading our responsibility as men and women of the clergy? It is our duty to speak the truth, not bury it. For too long, the people have been fed naught but lies. It is time we took the initiative and gave them reason to put their faith in us once more. I must agree with Theo. As I have learned firsthand, we must take care never to abuse our power and privilege, lest we hurt the people closest to us. To keep silent would be to repeat the mistakes of the past. The only way we can move forward is to take responsibility for our actions and make an earnest effort to reach out to those we have wronged. While we may never receive forgiveness, at least we can attempt to atone for any anguish we may have caused those that did not deserve it. If it is true that all men are born equal, as I have heard so many in this room preach time and time again, then all are entitled to know the truth. Let us lead by example and freely share all that we have learned here today. Father Saturn, while I cannot pretend to understand your ordeal or soothe the fury that has taken hold in your heart, I can promise you one thing. I swear on Father Josua's copy of the parables of Saint Danephen that not you nor any of those who shared your fate will ever again be forgotten. Thus, all was laid bare before the public, the atrocities suffered by expurgator and watchmen alike. Oh, God. That went by quickly. So it was that a new path was forged that day, one that would see a renewed faith in the church and the teachings where the citizens would come to learn that all men should be regarded as equal, not only in the eyes of Helone, but also by one another.
See, this is some solid Ishgard lore.
It is. This is like a sequel to the MSQ. Actually,
Yeah.
This one quest that is hidden
Yeah,
off
it's
to
a
the side
random
is
side
actually
quest.
it's an actual sequel. It's good. Sweet LA. Theo is a born detective. He told me that he went to speak with the inspector because he thought it suspicious that Father Saturn was pushing so hard to have Arkham expelled. Sure enough, it turned out that he was the one pulling the strings all along. While I'm glad this ordeal is finally behind us, I cannot help but feel as though we lost one of our own. We share the same origins as Father Saturn, and would have shared the same fate had it not been for you. Theo. Light, thank you for restoring peace to the Scholasticate. You have reminded us that there is a world beyond these doors that relies as much upon us as we do them. You have opened our eyes and shown us that destiny is but the choices we make. If we are strong and persevere, I have no doubt we can rebuild the Scholasticate and regain the people's trust. Light, now that your work here is done, I suppose the time for farewells is upon us. Will you be departing Ishgard immediately? It's sad to say farewell, but let's send you and the inspector off in style. Oh? Oh, is this when they give us their clothes?
Mm-hmm. It is.
There is my trusted associate. I fear I might not be able to bid you a proper farewell before I left. On behalf of my uncle, allow me to thank you for all your hard work. There is still so much fighting and bickering going on. Couldn't you stay with us for just a bit longer? I fear that there are more pressing mysteries that demand my attention. Not to mention a certain young lady in Ul'dah who awaits my return. Oh, another client of yours, I take it? Theo? Is your head screwed on backwards? He's talking about his... tactless fools, the both of you. But I suppose you're nothing if not sincere, eh, Theo? And while I'll admit that naivety is one of your more endearing traits, combined with the blunderings of the idiot beside you, it's like as not to bring the Scholasticate to ruin. That's why you'll need someone with extensive knowledge of the affairs of Ishgard and the proper connections to actually bring about the change you seek. Someone like me. The words of a man looking to steal his way into our dear Theo's heart. Huh. Blacy, Lay, it seems you've got competition. The fury take you all. Call me what you will, but Theo will never replace me with anyone, much less a conniving snake like Arkham. How refreshing it is to hear such playful banter among my friends. It would seem our worries are finally behind us. Before we celebrate, however, there is one last thing. Blacy, I'd like to thank you for your support. Were it not for your meticulous notes and sharp eyes, Ul'dah would still be missing.
What is this place?
Light, Inspector, words are not enough to express our gratitude. It was only because of you that we were able to unmask the perpetrator and restore peace to our school. Just as Father Chosua brought you to us in Gorgain Mills, I cannot help but feel Halone guided you to us in our time of need. We hope to one day repay the kindness you have shown us by rebuilding the Scholasticate. When next you visit, we hope she will have retaken her place as the nation's top establishment of higher learning, and once again serve to light the people's way back to the halls of Halone. Our fair nation has seen her share of tragedy and turmoil. But I take heart in knowing that there are those such as yourselves to watch over her, and see that she does not stray from her course. Till we meet again.
But I need to know what happened next.
Back to school 3.
But what happened to Blazy and the other? And what happened to Town?
We did it! We finished the side quest that we were going to do before the MSQ.
Yeah.
And it only took us 5 hours.
Do you remember that?
5 hours.
Wait, time to see if they are here.
Let's go check. Let's go see if they are here. Oh, they're all in a circle. Oh my.
Okay, who do we talk to?
Hola.
Thanks to you, the teachings of Volume 11 are closer than ever to being achieved. The misfortune we encountered here at the Scholasticate was the catalyst we needed to bring about the necessary change, and I can say with confidence was Halon's will.
Despondent.
Recently, Blazy and I started talking again. After opening up to her about how much her silence hurt me, we reconnected, and now our friendship is stronger than ever. That's just one teensy problem. You see, Fiomosan is completely oblivious to how Blazy feels about him, but she's too shy to admit anything. Two of them are so frustrating to watch. I agree.
Lay. Light. How go your adventures since I last saw you? I've had a few of my own, all of which have involved keeping Theo out of trouble.
Yeah.
The only good thing about having Arkham around is that he somehow manages to sense trouble before it happens.
That's a good skill to have.
Crap. Welcome back, Light. You won't believe how much the Scholasticate has changed. The somber atmosphere that hovered over our Scholasticate has been replaced by radiant joy, and not a single day goes by that these halls aren't filled with the jubilant laughter of seminarians. Dear. Light, how wonderful of you to come visit. We've been working to reform the foundation of our current school system and curriculum, and things here have seen great improvement. Every day, I feel as though I'm moving a step closer to achieving my dreams, and bringing about the change Father Chosua had hoped Ishgard would one day embrace. Lacey.
Oh, Mielikka, with everyone working so well together to make the Scholasticate a better place, Theo has never been happier. His smile grows more radiant by the day, and with each passing week I come to admire him all the more.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Bruv.
Bruv, do you have something new to say?
Master Duck, to what do we owe the pleasure? The students will no doubt be delighted to see you, if you feel so inclined. Please take the time to go and speak with them. Okay.
Oh, there's a new thingy.
Whatever became of Father Saturn? All those who had a hand in the recent disturbance are currently in Temple Knight custody and are awaiting trial. I can only hope that they will use this time wisely and reflect upon their conduct. Saturn especially needs to do so. While there is no denying the grave transgressions committed by our institution or the hardship he endured, that does not make his actions any more acceptable. True. Not only did he cause undue distress, but he has tainted the mind of one of our most promising students. He is the one who exacerbated Lebra's growing discontent, which he then used to achieve his own ends. He also kidnapped someone.
Yeah, he literally kidnapped someone. How are we not speaking about this?
The kidnapping is a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Furthermore, we recently received news that Saturn attempted to escape from his holding room, wounding several guards in the process and adding to his crimes. Oh my god.
So yeah, so he's not even. He doesn't feel sorry
That's
for
pretty
it
crazy.
whatsoever.
That's pretty crazy, yeah. While some may argue that he too is a victim driven past the brink of sanity and must not be prosecuted so harshly, others are not so lenient. Unfortunately, there is no easy way to answer any of this. It seems all we can do at this point is await the results of his trial. Should by some miracle his sentence be reduced, and he demonstrates his willingness to truly rededicate his life to the Fury, Theo and the few other seminarians have announced their intention to welcome Saturn back to the Scholasticate. It is a day I sincerely look forward to.
That sounds dangerous.
Good day.
Ever since the inconsistencies in Ishgard's history and the Church's teachings were brought to light, I feared it to be the end of an era and, by extension, the Scholasticate. Mielikka, I cannot tell you how wrong I was. If anything, our fine establishment flourished in the aftermath, and, with the help of our dedicated students, will continue to do so.
Arkham. I paid a visit to Lebra soon after he was escorted off Scholasticate grounds by the Temple Knights. He refused to even acknowledge my presence. It will take a great deal of time for me to gain his forgiveness, it seems. In the meantime, I shall do what I can to see that the Scholasticate's reputation is restored. Together with Theo, I feel we'll be able to pave a new path toward a brighter future for all seminarians here. Jeanette. Conchette.
If it isn't Mielikka, what brings you back to our halls? If it's out of concern that you've decided to pay a visit, allow me to put your worries to rest. The Scholasticate has never been better. Ever since Theo and Arcombadin set aside their differences and learned to work together, the students have been able to freely express their opinions without fear of retribution. It's opened up the floor for some very interesting conversations, to say the least.
Stern. The history we were taught growing up was all a lie. The priest and a mentor I had come to respect the most was a fraud. Lebra was never loyal to the Jamals, and now Arkham and Theo are practically joined at the hip. It's as if the world's gone mad. But perhaps a little madness was just what I needed. For all these changes have made me realize how narrow-minded and set in my own ways I was. From now on, I shall endeavor to be more accommodating and accepting of others' ideas and opinions. Sincere.
The kids.
Lately, one of the seniors who had made it a life mission to observe and criticize everything I do, has become almost cordial. Where before I would have to endure one-sided lectures, now we have actual conversations. I must say, this change has made me more receptive to what he has to say, and every day my respect for him grows.
That's cute. Oh, so this is the girl he was talking about. Pretty sure. She was sick.
Ah.
You remember.
Yeah. There you go. Morning light. Starduck, did you just wake up at 3 a.m.? Starduck.
I mean, that's almost morning.
What do you mean? Shaking my head, Starduck. Shaking my head. But yeah, this is a nice catch up. Yeah, let's go outside. Oh, hello, Souko. Hello. Oh, he's talking to the students. Speaking to them. See, my robes are already similar to yours. Pretty similar, actually. Yeah. Aye. But yeah. What do you think?
I mean, it was, as I say, it was very like Ishgard lore kind of questline. As you said, it seems way more important that they make it to be.
Yeah. Because
Because this is exactly what we were talking about before, that like we never got a follow-up on what happened to Ishgard after like, you know, we just told them that everything that like this country was settled was actually a lie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I imagine this quest was introduced like halfway through or towards the end of the expansion. But it's really it's nice. It's a nice way to address it. They kind of like sewed in you know, someone that we already knew, like Briadian, like he was a part of it. It wasn't a major part of it, but he was there and he tied it all together. And yeah, it is a nice kind of way to address everything that's been happening here in Ishgard and all of our major concerns regarding the religion and all that stuff. I think something that's interesting, and I don't know if it's going to happen, but if we ever come back here, it would be really cool because we know, for example, that they're readdressing other things in Edwalker or even in Shadowbringers. Like, time is passing, time is progressing. It'd be cool, like, if in an expansion or two, we find out what happens here, like in a way, like as in all those. It would be really cool if one day we have an expansion that focuses on Ishgard, or maybe it doesn't focus on Ishgard, but like, you know, we encounter these characters again and they're like graduated, you know.
Yeah.
And maybe one of them's the new headmaster of the school, and maybe another one's a teacher, maybe another one is you know, a part of the Holy See working at the vault and whatever, and they're all like, you know, working together and doing their best in their new positions to like, you know, better the city and stuff like that.
Yeah,
like,
basically like, so they actually like what they did has an effect, and not that they just like forever students.
Yeah, it would be cool if we got an update on Ishgard as a whole in a couple of years, with what happens here and how everything turns out, how everything is restructured, because that's like interesting stuff, you know. What happens with the Lord Commander, of course, like we still don't know where things are going to finish with him because we're still in the MSQ, but like, you know, what happens with the Lord Commander, what happens with the houses, what happens with House Fort Tom, with the brothers and everything. It would just be nice to get an update. Of a continuation of their story.
Agreed. Because
we're getting,
this was like a huge change, and like, you know, it's important to see what happens afterwards.
Yeah, because we're getting all of that with A Realm Reborn. Like we're getting all of that with the Sultanate and all that, just by virtue of the game progressing, because they're all, you know, the story revolves around them. But it feels like the story, once we're done with Heaven's Ward, is going to leave Ishgard, and I doubt we're going to get many updates from these characters, and that's why I feel like it would take the game to like actually come back here and actually focus on this area again for us to get updates.
I guess.
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like I mean we know that they added like an Ishgardian like residential area, so I assume there will be something related to Ishgard later on.
Yeah, I hope so.
I don't think this is the last we've seen of Ishgard.
Yeah. It would be nice if we got some more updates, or if like this, you know, the world's updated, you know, a little bit in that way.
Yeah. Like importantly, like see what the characters ended up like doing.
Yeah, for sure. But overall, I think they handled it quite well. There are little things that they glossed over, which I feel like are pretty important. And I don't know if we're going to go back to it, but the fact that we did experience some riots, like we saw what was happening with Ysayle and her movement and all of that. But after everyone finding out, I'm sure that wasn't the only instance of people, of citizens of Ishgard literally killing people, like killing nobles.
Yeah, that's the thing. From what we hear, like there've been people being literally killed. Like the guy who lost his entire family in one of the riots.
Yeah,
and, like that's never mentioned.
Yeah, that's glossed over, and I feel like that's pretty important. And I feel like that a lot of that happened. I feel like a lot of highborn people must have been killed, and even like regular
Yeah,
lowborn
and-
citizens as well.
And like all we get to hear is like, oh, there is unrest in the, but like literally a guy got lost his entire family in one of their hands.
Yeah, it feels like a big deal that we should be delving into a little bit more, you know, like of all of that.
Mhm.
But yeah, so that's something not to forget is that like, yeah, people literally rose up and killed pretty innocent people, like people that were a part of the system and
Yeah, like
probably didn't even do anything. Like I imagine the guy's brothers didn't do anything necessarily bad, you know.
I mean, they might have, but like you know,
Yeah, maybe they did, maybe they didn't.
They didn't choose what family they were born into, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. He specifically said it's not like they broke into his house and specifically killed his dad because he's the head of the house. No, they killed his fucking family. They killed all of his kids, and they would have killed him if he was there as well.
Exactly.
Like, that's what's crazy about it. Like that's
and they still tried to kill him.
Yeah.
Even though he absolutely had nothing to do with it because he wasn't even there.
Yeah. Like that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, this is a thing. Like this was like in the middle of the whole quest line, and it was like, yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, he paid the ransom, and everything's fine. Like, no, it's not fine.
Well, like, so for me, like, I want to give a shout out to the writers of Final Fantasy XIV because, in all honesty, this entire quest line was long and it was just text.
It was just
like we didn't fight anyone. We
fought the merchant.
We fought the merchant. That's it. You know, that's the only like quote unquote gameplay we did. Like everything else was like cutscenes and dialogue.
We soothed a few people.
We soothed people, yes. And we rallied someone as well.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, this was all mainly story focused. And it was nice. It was nice, you know?
Yeah.
It was nice. And it was their way to like expand upon the world and expand upon this story. And I'm sure if they could, they would probably focus a little bit more on the fact that, you know, people were getting killed and all that stuff. And it's something they 100% intentionally wanted to add. As again, just to flesh out the world, and it's good because it makes your brain think, oh my god, like this has been happening all over the place. Like it makes your brain connect dots and come to conclusions and recognize more things that are happening without fully getting into it because obviously they don't have time. But yeah.
Also, it gives you a bit more like idea of what the actual society is because. Up to this point, we basically only know of 5 houses because it was the 4 big ones, and then Halienarte, which is like allied to Forton. And that's basically all we knew about the society. That there are some highborns, but we don't know how it works. And here we find out that there has been like more highborn families, but they've literally been killed recently.
Yeah, but it's just a nice way to add depth to the world. Like even if we're not like getting too much into it, it's like a couple of lines here and there that just what it does is it makes you realize that as we've been questing or as we've been doing stuff, other stuff has been happening as well. You know, it makes you realize that there are other events that are going on that unfortunately we're not focusing on, but they're still going on anyway. And that's nice. That's good.
Yeah.
It would be nice if we got to see it, but regardless, it's happening anyway. And that's enough.
Do you want to come take a screenshot?
Okay.
So I need you to back up a bit. Yeah, now move a bit to the left.
My left or your left?
Your left. Okay. And now you use put on some glasses and use the spectacle emote.
Okay, hold on. Tell me when you're ready. Tell me when.
No, just do it, because if I go to photo mode, it should remember it. Just don't move from this position. Oh, it's like that. Hold on, we have to switch places. because you go to the left. Okay.
Yeah.
I misspelled it. Both are wrong, to be fair. That? Yeah, sure, that can work. Let's see if that works, because I think it does.
Okay.
There you go. Okay, I'm gonna play with this.
Okay. But yeah, with that, I think we are done for today. I know we intended to do some main story quest line. Little did we know that we stumbled upon a major, storyline involving everything happening in Ishgard. It was nice for us to stumble upon it, but unexpected, and as a result, we won't be able to do other stuff that we maybe wanted to do. It's fine. It's fine. That took 5 hours.
It did take 5 hours. We were like, oh yeah, we're just gonna do this quest, and then we're gonna do MSQ.
Yeah. So next time we stream, we'll try and do the MSQ. I say try. Kuro, I'll let you know this. There is one quest that popped up in Corthius, in the Corthan Winterlands or whatever. So we're going to do that next. I don't know when it got unlocked. We're going to do that. I don't know if it's going to be another big quest line, but we're going to do that first. And then we'll do MSQ. What's up?
We'll get to the MSQ eventually.
Oh. Thank you for your saliva. Thank you, Souko. Thank you. I do anything with this? Not really.
What did you get?
Thank you. You gave me some saliva.
Oh.
Yes. Thank you, Souko. Thank you. I'll put it with the rest.
With the rest? How much do you have?
Yeah. With that, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Hope to anyone who was able to persist throughout the entire quest line, power to you. It was a long one, but it was nice. It was nice. It was great to see Browdian again, and we also got like an expansion of his family. We got to see his uncle, his sister.
It's interesting to find out that he's his guardian.
He's his guardian. Yeah.
Because he left Ishgard. He was actually like outside of Ishgard, which is rare. And nobody addressed that. Also, I like that they did mention the lady that's waiting for him. I wonder if she's already out or if she's still in prison at this point.
Okay. Regardless, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support.
Yes.
And we're done. We're done for today.
Yeah.
We're done. We'll see you guys next. I don't know when the next stream is going to be for Final Fantasy. Most likely next week.
Yeah.
What day? Maybe Wednesday. I think maybe we're going to try and make Wednesday our day of streaming Final Fantasy.
Yeah, maybe.
And if we can squeeze in multiple streams a week, then maybe we'll try and do that as well.
For now, make sure to join our Discord to be notified about what's going on.
Yeah.
And other than that, we'll see you next time, right?
Thanks for watching, everyone. Bye.
Bye.